Pastor? Yeah, good evening. Welcome to West Covina City Council meeting tonight. Today is June 17th. Okay, right now it's 7 o'clock on time, and meeting in session right now. And any person wish to address the City Council during oral communication must complete a speaker card that is provided at the entry to the Council chamber and submit the card to the Assistant City Clerk prior to the commencement of oral communication. Speaker card will not be accepted when oral communication has started. Tonight, invocation will be led by Pastor Mason Akubo from Emmanuel First Lutheran, and the council member Gutierrez will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. All rise, please.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Let us pray. Lord, we thank you for all civil servants serving West Covina. Bless their hard work and sacrifice. Give discerning hearts to our city council as they govern our city. Give them wisdom so that they may solve problems, distinguish between right and wrong, and bring order, stability, and prosperity to our community. Give each of us a spirit of unity that we may work together for the good of our city and to glorify you. Give us humility and love. Remove all barriers, walls, and strongholds and divisions which separate us. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Have a seat, please. And Assistant City Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor. Councilman Contos.
Here.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Here.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez Viado.
Present.
Mayor Wu.
Here. And City Attorney, do you have anything to report out from closed session?
Nothing to report, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, and then we go to the presentation.
Oh, I'm sorry. May I ask that if, with the health department item, can it be moved into the presentation section? Just because, if there are a lot of people here who might want to.
No, this is a department matter. So we are going to go to so I have a question. Presentation is only for the certificate.
Or I'll second to move it to number 1.
Okay, it's fine.
Yeah, you want to move it to number 1?
Okay, move number 1. Ollie?
Yes.
Okay, so move after presentation, after oral communication, we can move the number 1. It's okay with you?
Sure.
Okay, so we move number 1. Anybody against that? Okay, so we have a 3 presentation, okay, and it's all about the outstanding, our children, our youngsters, they have a very, very good, performance. And then we have a police department, they have a outstanding hero, okay, and that's what represent what our public safety is about. So let's go to the first presentation.
Testing.
And Cecilia. Okay, Cecilia. Okay, come with me. Come over here, Cecilia. Okay, the first presentation is about Girl Scout. Okay, and we have outstanding. Let me read this. Or you want to introduce? Or you want me to read it? Okay, okay. The Gold Award is the highest honor of a Girl Scout can earn, achieved by only about 5% of a Girl Scout nationwide. It represents a very strong leadership, dedication, and a lasting impact on the community. To earn this prestigious honor award, Girl Scout must identify an issue, conduct in-depth over research, and complete a minimum of 80 hours planning and implement take action project. This remarkable young woman are part of West Covina Service Unit and Girl Scout of Greater Los Angeles with a 30,000 member, the age about 12, 13 years old, achieve active involvement in the Girl Scout. They have exemplified a lifelong commitment to make the world a better place. So here, let's give them a hand. And I think before I have all the ladies, come up, maybe Cecilia, you want to say something and introduce one by one of each of recipient. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Cecilia. I've been a volunteer with Girl Scouts for 12 years. These girls here represent different troops in our community in West Covina, and they have worked diligently for the last 12, 13 years, working on mainly community service projects, as well as learning different skills throughout the years, camping, having fun. But most of them just earned their Girl Scout Gold Award. And again, this is, like you said, this is the highest honor that a Girl Scout can earn. Do you want me to call them up?
Yeah, bring them up. Yeah, one by one, you want to introduce their name?
Okay. So this award goes to Angelia Paja. Can you say what your project was about a little bit?
Hey, hi everybody. For my Gold Award, I helped orphans in need, and to do this, I hosted a workshop where people designed their own pages that I put into an activity book, and then with that activity book, I created a kind of kit, and this kit had a drawstring backpack, coloring pencil, sharpener, eraser, and then the activity book. I gave this to them because oftentimes they bounce from house to house, and they don't really have many belongings of their own to entertain themselves. And that's all I did.
Next we have Ashley Irigoyen.
Hi. So for my Gold Award, I helped orphans' mental health. And basically, I renovated this orphanage therapy room. I put in new furniture. I painted their room. And I asked their therapist what kind of activities would help them. So I hosted a donation drive to give them new therapy toys. And yeah.
Next we have Erin Melendres.
Hello, my name is Erin, and for my Gold Award, I remodeled a food pantry, and with that, we replaced the lighting and some of the flooring so it's more accessible to those with disabilities.
Josephine Contreras.
For my Gold Award, I rebuilt and renovated my community garden at my old elementary school and made a program so that elementary students can learn how to garden. Thank you.
Next we have Miss Juliet Preciado.
Hi, my name is Julia, and my Gold Award was to teach younger Girl Scouts and fellow community kids to learn how to swim. So I hosted swim lessons at my local pool and taught them how to swim. And yeah, thank you.
Next we have Miss Evelyn Rodriguez.
Hi, my name is Evelyn, and for my Gold Award, I made grief workbooks for families who have siblings that have lost other siblings. And I also partnered with local libraries and local schools in order to get that resource available and free. And then I connected with nationalshare.org, which is an online resource guide, and made sure that that resource is also free to the public as well.
Next, we have Maya Garcia Hernandez.
Hello, everyone. So for my Gold Award, I held workshops at my church, and basically we just taught girls how to cook, sew, dance, and also how to paint. And the main focus was to, empower girls and help them find a new passion.
All this our future leader, possible future mayor, county supervisor, governor, or president. Okay, this is your future, or CEO. Okay, you never know. Okay, and then would you please come over here? Okay, in the center, please. Okay, let's have a picture together. But I just want to share with you. Okay, a Girl Scout. I know you say you're old, but I was a Boy Scout when I was a kid. So I learned how to camping, survival, this and that. That is an outstanding training, and it's memory till today. Okay, and it's still in my mind all the time how to help people, this and that. So good job. Congratulations. We're proud of you as we represent West Covina, the great city, with your outstanding achievement. With a 5%, that's amazing. Thank you so much. Good job. You're welcome. Let's picture in the middle, and the middle, move a little bit here. Yes. Okay. Yes. And yeah. Did I block you? Yeah. Come up. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Great job. Thank you. Great job. Next one is outstanding too. Okay, it's our high school kid, South Hill High School. And South Hill High School has one of the outstanding program. They have a medical care program. I cannot believe it. So if something go wrong, the high school kid can save my life. Okay, so that's why they get trained for it. And I have our deputy or assistant superintendent. Okay, and Josie. Where's Josie? Okay, would you please come up? Okay, maybe you can introduce all this award. Okay, and I went to South Hill High School with Councilwoman Dia to present the award to the outstanding because the parent invite us. And we went over there. I don't know. It's for the award winning for all the kids. If I know, then I will bring all the 100 certificate. I know the city maybe will deduct from my pay. Okay, even I have no pay. It's hundreds of them. A lot of kids got award, but this is a 6 kid. Okay, six of them won award. Okay, 1,800. Okay, team to compete. Okay, they're on the 6th place as a medical care competition. So I don't even know our high school has a medical program and to train all these youngsters to become our future in the medical field. So I have our Josie, our doctor, to talk about how this program so introduced to us. And we have a 2 teacher too, right? Where's teacher? Would you please come up? Okay, would you come? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. We're going to ask our 2 teachers and our school administrator to come on up. So we have Socorro Yanis is our South Hills High School administrator. She's coming on up. And we also have Nikki Rodriguez Ahern. She's one of our med teachers. And we have Cindy Wynn, which is another teacher. So let's give them applause. So I'm just going to tell you a little bit about the program, and I'm going to read a little bit because I don't want to forget anything because it's very special. So we have what we call a career pathway. We have a medical patient care pathway, which is very unique. And this program is designed for students' interests in healthcare. And it is a pathway that aims to provide students with practical skills, knowledge in patient care practices, and our students can gain hands-on experience and prepare for various roles within the healthcare sector. And it's really an awesome program. Our students get a lot of experience, and they also get to actually go in and experience. We have partnerships, and they get to go during the day and actually go in and do things within the healthcare. We also do we have an after-school program that they do with the HOSA, which is a Future Health Professional Chapter. And this offers students an extra opportunity, which is related to healthcare. And so this is it's an organized after-school program focused on empowering future health professional through education, collaboration, and experience. So this is the Health Schools chapter, and it is led by our pathway teachers, Nikki and Cindy, and they're involved in state and international competitions where our students test their skills and gain inspiration. And so this year they took them to a state competition, and they get an opportunity to get involved in professional workshops. They get to participate and compete. And like Mayor said, they took place in the state competition. So that's awesome. Think of out of the whole state of California, our high school took place, 6th place. And so we want to recognize our students tonight, and they'll also be recognized at our board on June 26th. So if you also want to come that night to see them, we'll be at the Covina Valley Unified School District at the Haynes Center we start at 6 or 5:30, but you probably won't see it until 7 o'clock. So if you want to come and be able to see them that night, be recognized also, you can come.
Good job. Okay, and let's give them another hand. Okay. With the school district provide this program, and we have 2 teachers administrated to promote this. Okay, so our children in the South Hill High School, okay, to have this program. So, and I have a tour. With our councilwoman Diaz, okay, it's amazing. It's a very good, including the human body over there. Okay, luckily it's not mine. Okay, so anyway, so it's like people doing the CPR, this and that. So it's amazing. You want to say something and introduce, and maybe you can bring our children up. Okay, bring them up.
Okay, we have Miss Sally Ortega, who was our HOSA chapter president, who was chosen to go to Cal State Berkeley. She's going to school to be a future physician. Our students at the high school were out to clock in over 3,000 work-based learning hours, in which they went into various clinics with Mayflower and Eminent, and from noon until about 5:30 they were able to work as a nurse would inside a medical office. So she took part in that. But we also have it was a huge competition in Sacramento, huge. For 4 days we were there, and Nevaeh and Riley and Belen and Denise. They chose a very, which was close to my heart. Yes.
Recipient, come up.
Yes, which is close to my heart. My mother passed away in February, and they chose to do their public service announcement on Alzheimer's and dementia, and it was phenomenal. Everything was handcrafted. They did the video themselves. We practiced every night till about 11 o'clock at night, and they placed 6. Now, there were only 2 schools in San Gabriel Valley that placed to go to international that's held in Tennessee, Nashville, Tennessee. So these wonderful students made it 6th place, and unfortunately, we weren't able to go because I didn't get my real ID. So I can't take the kids. Then I'm the chapter advisor, and I would have to attend with them. So I promised them that next year we're going to place. South Hills High School placed. The other school that placed was Walnut High School, and they've been doing it for quite a few years. This was our first go around. Ms. Nguyen brought all of her expertise when she came from Bassett High School, and we have a phenomenal HOSA program now at South Hills High School, and it's a really big deal. It's a really big deal to have. Anyone that's in the medical field will know what HOSA stands for. So congratulations to my Sally's leaving me.
And Cindy, you want to say something quickly? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
About her recognizing.
Yeah, go ahead.
In critical need at Target.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So my name is Cindy Nguyen, and I'm one of the medical pathways teachers. I'm a little under the weather right now, but Sally here, she's a lifesaver. She witnessed someone at Target at the Eastland Mall who was in critical need of some medical care, and she jumped right in and she performed CPR just the way she was trained, and she was amazing. So for that, let's give her a great big hand. Wow. Good job, Sally. She was an amazing president. To our HOSA, an amazing student. She's going to go far. She's going to come back and just wow us. Just wait. She'll wow us. And so will these 4. I'm so proud of you guys. They worked diligently. They were practicing and rehearsing, and I was tough on them. We were tough on them. But look where it led. I'm so proud of you guys.
Great job. Great job. Congratulations. And Administrator, you want to say something?
This is one of our programs that we have at South Hills High School that is amazing. We have many programs, so please stop by South Hills High School. Bring your students, 9, 10, 11, and 12, and we have amazing academics and sports all together. Fire it up.
I won't be say, hey, Tony, you not fair, okay? Because my kid went to South Hill High School, okay? But the South Hill High School is a walking distance to my home, and it's an outstanding, okay, school in West Covina. So we want to say thank you so much. And I say, Sally, congratulations. Okay, okay, again, it's not favoritism, okay? I saw her grew up in the same church, Christ Lutheran Church, okay, and she was this big, okay, and now she's this big, okay, she's taller than me, okay, she go to UC Berkeley, and one day we become a doctor and this and that, and I want to have our health directors, Dr. Basil, to say something. Dr. Basil will be your connection in the future. You want a reference, this and that. He will be a good reference, writing something for you guys. Okay, go ahead. Okay, I know I put here on the spot. And make sure they go to a good college and become a doctor.
Well, congratulations. And thank you for your service to the city of West Covina and West Covina Health. Thank you for actually, a lot of you help me with the community health screening and education in many of the health fair. So you guys going to be the future of health professionals, doctors, dentists, nurses, therapists. Anyway, you're going to be the leaders in our community, making policy to protect us. So I remember 7 years ago, I have 3 students shadowing me. They later on accepted to the medical school. And the end of this month, 2 of them will be family physician and 1 internal medicine from Script Health, San Diego. So aim your goal high, and everything is possible.
So residency and the internship and all this will take forever. So good luck. Okay, it's a lot of study. Okay, be persistent, this and that. To be fair, quickly, you want to say something to introduce yourself, and we're very honored to have you to our market. And one day you maybe become my doctor. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Riley. I'm going to be a junior at South Hills High School, and I'm very thankful for everyone who's here, listening, watching, and thank you a lot for my teachers in the medical pathway for supporting me the whole way.
Hi, my name is Denise Lee, and I'm part of the team in HOSA. We made a public service announcement where we qualified to state leadership conference in Sacramento, representing South Hill for the first time in South Hill history. And thank you for my teachers, especially, and Sally for bringing us there. She's like the best leader we could have. And we were the first, very few schools that qualified to go to international state conference in Tennessee. Hopefully next year we're going to go farther, get first, and bring more honor to our school.
Hi, my name is Nevaeh Johnson, and I'm a part of the HOSA organization. And I just wanted to thank all the teachers and my group for pushing each other so we can place, and that's it.
Hi, I'm Belen Haro. I'm a senior at South Hills, and I just want to say thank you so much to my teachers who put in so much extra work just to help us get to where we went. And for my team, I'm really proud of them because we all put all our heart into our project and made it far.
Thank you so much. Outstanding achievement. Okay, I think we are proud teachers because you guys spend a lot of time. I saw the classroom is amazing, and you even have some kind of cozy room or some kind of Okay, you have a door, this and that. You can so quiet room. Okay, you can say quiet room. Go over there, stay. Okay, so okay, be quiet. Okay, so but other than that, they're very active. But thank you so much. You guys outstanding. We wish you the best. Okay, and all this certificate, I owe you one. Okay, so we don't have your name, but I will give you one. But other than that, say good job. Okay, we want to get closer. We have pictures together. We present outstanding. Okay, our great city of West Covina. We proud of you. We want you to continue. Okay, continue to fight hard and continue to get what your goal. Make sure never give up. Okay, thank you. Next one, okay. The third presentation. Can I have our chief, Covina? Chief, would you please come over here? Okay, and Sherry, you like our regular now. Like every meeting you show up. Yeah, Women of the Year, Citizen of the Year, and now the Hero of the Year. You're not the hero. Okay, so no matter what, you're always a hero to us.
Thank you.
Okay, and especially your outstanding service for the senior. Maybe you can tell us a story. So rather I read that thing, so I think you know exactly what happened. And then after you finish, then we can have Chief to say something about his outstanding staff. Go ahead.
You didn't tell me I was going to speak.
I sent back you.
So thank you, everyone. I am the general manager at Merrill Gardens, West Covina, and if you don't know what that is, it's the premier senior living in West Covina. Senior living, our residents are from 60 to 104. We depend on the services of West Covina, and the services with the fire department are phenomenal. But what outshined this on June 5th is the response from the police department. We had a resident choking in our dining room. We called 911, and literally within 2 minutes, the police arrived, ran in and helped the resident. And the resident went to the hospital, but before she left, she was breathing on her own. And it's because of the quick response. 2 minutes. 2 minutes to get her breathing again and to get the food out of her esophagus. Or you can tell him exactly. Epiglottis. So she's here today to say thank you with her son. But that's extraordinary service. And our fire and police department aren't recognized enough for what they give and what they do. So we wanted to make sure we shared a feel-good story with everybody about the service you get in West Covina.
Yes. Sherry, I want to thank you very much, and I'm so grateful our officers were able to get there, and now you're here tonight, so we're just very, very grateful. At this time, I'd like to have Corporal Doug Weisschadel come down here. So, Corporal Doug Weisschadel and Community Services Officer Gilbert Amos were the first on scene and immediately rushed in and performed life-saving measures. And I am 100% certain that they absolutely saved your life. I'm very certain of that. And for that, I'm very proud to work amongst just great people. And I can very honestly say that Corporal Weisschadel and CSO Amos are truly heroes. And they're heroes that are here to serve our community in West Covina. So I'd like to give them a round of applause. And
I want to say that the fire department responds to 911s like that. The police department doesn't have to, but they did.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Absolutely, and this was a great example of the collaboration between our police and fire departments. I'm very proud of our collaboration. We work together in many ways to provide a safe community, and in this particular case, was a great example. Our officers were able to get there immediately, start life-saving measures, collaborate with the fire department, and now we have you here tonight with us. So I do want to give a round of applause also to our fire department for their amazing work that night as well. And at this time, I would like to present Corporal Doug Weishadel with the West Covina Police Department's Life Saving Award.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
That's pretty.
That's very pretty.
That's very pretty.
Okay, represent West Covina, we're going to give you a piece of paper. It's pretty in gold. Okay, so this is the top owner about the achievement. Thank you so much to save life. I have to say this, our fire department, they act very, very fast too. But I think, okay, luckily, I think he possible in the neighborhood, so he right away went into the facility. But I would say it's an outstanding service for our public safety, police and fire, hand in hand to help each other. No matter what, we will be there to save life. And I think our job is to save life. But thank you so much with the outstanding service. Okay, we're not trying to let you to compete with our fire department, but we work together. Okay, and competition. Okay, but
there's no competition.
Yeah, so we want to make sure our fire department is outstanding and our police department is outstanding too. But thank you so much to save life. And maybe Mom, you want to come out and say something? Thank you so much. Yeah, you okay? Yeah. Oh, what? Yeah. Yeah, you okay? You okay? Yeah. See, she's very healthy. She can dance with me. You want to dance? Okay.
I can't thank the police officers so much for saving my life. It's remarkable. I mean, I'm so proud to be standing here and living, because a few days ago I had almost lost my life. Through the help of the police officers who were so quickly to respond and were able to get that piece out of my mouth, and really have just saved my life right then and there. So I have to just thank them, and I'm going to thank them for the rest of my life. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Picture? You want the next to him? Yeah. Great job, Mom. Okay, we so happy you still with us. Okay, you will live to the 120 years old. Okay, so we were here. You will outliving me. Okay, I can tell. Okay, so anyway, congratulations, son. You want to come up? Yeah, because I call you son. Like I'm older than you. I think I'm older than you. Thank you so much. And I know, Sherry is going to throw a big party for us, okay, and call us. We're going to have food and drink in your place, okay. So everybody invited, okay. So I mean, let's do it again. And this is for another officer. Yeah.
And Mr. Mayor, Community Service Officer Gilbert Amos is out of town this week. That's why he couldn't be here. But I want everyone to know that he also will be receiving our West Covina Police Department's Life Saving Award as well.
Thank you, sir. Great job. Thank you so much. Okay. Is that flower for me? That's good. Okay, and we're going to continue our meeting. Thank you so much. Appreciate. Okay. You can leave. Yeah, you can go. Yeah. Okay, before we move to oral communication, okay, we have a German. Okay, it's a kind of sad story. Okay, sad news. One of we know and with us for a long time. And one of the officer, okay, and reserve officer. Okay, he passed away. So, and he with us for a long time, and he always sit that corner with us. Okay, in the memory of the Reserve Lieutenant William J. Ty Covina II, with a deep sorrow that we announce the passing of a Reserve Lieutenant William J. Ty Covina II, who passed away peacefully on Monday, June 9th, surrounded by his loving family after a courageous battle with leukemia. Lieutenant Covina began his distinguished service with the West Covina Police Department on December 17, 1994. So it's about more than 30 years ago. When he joined us as a reserve police officer over the next 3 decades, Ty served the community with unwavering dedication and integrity, rising to the rank of a reserve lieutenant. His leadership and commitment were instrumental in the continued success and development of the department's reserve officer program. In addition to his duty within the department, Ty regularly served as a sergeant-at-arms at the city council meeting, and he was a familiar face and trust person at almost all the city events. I met him at the city event all the time, and plus he was sitting over there that corner. Since I've been serving as a city council for 10 years, and I know him very well. He's such a nice and friendly person. And his community extended well beyond the badge and touching countless lives with professionalism, compassion, and a steadfast sense of duty. Lieutenant Covina's legacy is one of service, strength, and dedication. He will be profoundly missed by his family, friend, colleague, and entire West Covina community. We honor his memory, extends our deepest condolence to his family during this difficult time. And maybe acting city managers, and maybe we can send some kind of flowers or the name of his name to his family, like the retirement we give the name of the street, and let them know we really miss him. He did service a long time in our city. So send our condolences to the family. Okay, thank you. Okay, and at this time we move to the oral communication. Now we now move to oral communication. Comments are limited for 3 minutes. Okay, per speaker, unless modified by the presiding officer of the city council request to speak on the agenda item will be heard prior to request to speak on the non-agenda item. Members of the public may not engage in behavior that is disrupted to the orderly conduct of the meeting, including but not limited to speaking off topic, speaking beyond the speaker's limited time, making the slanderous of a profanity remark, or using loud, threatened, or abusive language which disrupt, disturb, impede, or renders invisible the orderly conduct of the meeting. Members of the public may not threaten any person with physical harm or act in a manner that may reasonably be interpreted as an imminent threat of physical harm. When you hear your name being called, you may sit in the front row, okay, designate for public speaker. The time will start when your name is called. Okay, Assistant Clerk, how many speakers we have?
We have 18 speakers, Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
Our first speaker is Doug Four, followed by John Shoemaker, followed by Matthew.
Good evening, City Council. At the May City Council meeting, Mr. Wu was surprised that the city used a consultant for the budget forecasting that was eventually rejected by Council. The city currently has a practice that allows contracts and consultants to be hired without Council approval. Currently, West Covina and Covina Valley Unified School District and its charter schools make public any type of contract and agreement that it enters into. Yet the city does not practice any type of that type of transparency. How many other contracts are out there that the public and or this council are out there that we are paying for? Regarding street sweeping signs, I think the real question is, how did we get here? TransTech is the city's traffic consultant responsible for advising the planning department, city engineering, city management, code enforcement, planning commission, and the city council, all which approved the idea of the double-sided no parking. How did this plan ever get approved? When is the next plan coming, and is TransTech being awarded the contract again? We've already paid TransTech $750,000 for the street signs that only half of them now are good anymore. How much more is this going to cost this city? When do we get an update, and when are we going out for bid for the new signs? Third, I'd like to talk about the city yard. Today in closed session, there was negotiations with eVision Hotel Partners again. On February 21st, 2023, it was voted and stopped with selling the property to Envision Hotel Partners because the California Department of Housing and Community Development reviewed the transaction and deemed it illegal and would not approve it. Agenda item 3 on February 21st, 2023 agenda. It was also stated that it needed to go through the Surplus Land Act process again. So did the city go through that process again, or did Mr. Wu doing his own thing on this like he did the last time? He stated 2 meetings ago that the city would get $35 million, and why wasn't that in next year's budget? I have no problems with Envision Group buying this property. It owns and operates 4 dealerships in this city, but it should be sold to the highest bidder. On the side note, the council just approved Envision Group to change commercial zoning and merge lots at lightning speed a couple months ago, where I've been waiting 2 years to have tables outside of my restaurant approved. Seems like we need some more transparency on what is really going on here. Lastly, I look forward to the health department update tonight. It's been 4 years. We've spent $500,000. 3 health department presentations later with really no information except for job fairs. Why is TransTech not preparing?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mayor, I just want to remind our speakers that we have reserved seating for them to sit down to make the flow a little more efficient. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is John Shoemaker, followed by Matthew, followed by Jim Grivich.
2 items. The first one is, for years, 5 years now, I've been asking for the tree that's on the city property to be trimmed because of the problems it causes at my house. So for 5 years, I've been cleaning things up, and I've decided I'm tired of it. Next time, I'm going to leave it in the trash bag, but next time, I might decide to leave it here so the city can clean it up, or I might take it to individual council members' houses so they can clean it up. So get your butts in gear and do something to make the city look good. The other thing regarding the health department. I cannot believe Councilmember Lopez Viado made the comment she did last time about, well, the people. I remember when this idea first came up, you were sitting at the council dais and said, I can't support this because I don't know what the cost is. I can't support something that I don't know what the cost is. Do we know what the cost is yet? You know, I don't know what you received or what you were told or what you were thinking. But how can you support anything that you don't know what the cost is? It's really that simple. You know, and you know this. We're going to get grants. Yeah, the guy in Washington seems to be stopping a lot of those right now. Probably won't bring them back either. So hopefully tonight we'll get some answers on what the cost is going to be instead of saying we don't know what it is because the state hasn't told us what we can do. How'd you start the process without having an idea to begin with? You know, from that standpoint. And oh, by the way, since our city manager was the public safety director, meaning traffic meter maids, responsible for that. How do we have streets around the different places I live that don't have signs yet? One street does, the other one doesn't. One street does, the other one doesn't. Or when permit parking signs in different, where you needed permit parking, magically disappeared. Because nobody realized, oh, we got to keep those there too. You can even do the old job right, let alone the new one. So we'll take it from there, but I'll let you guys throw that away. Talk to you later.
Next speaker, please.
Matthew, followed by Jim Grivich, followed by Valerie.
Good afternoon. My name is Matthew Albert Prusinski. I am representing Valley Light Industries, the bus crew company. While I was on the bus crew, I learned a lot of things. I learned so much that I got my associate's degree in kinesiology. And I am a person with special needs. I just graduated from Valley Light Industries. While I was there, they taught me work ethic, work integrity, and everything. As I look at this cashier, I have a solution. Why don't we hire people with special needs to use a power wash and clean it? They've been here for about 30 years, and they do a phenomenal job. They work hard, and they do stuff with the pride. Wouldn't you guys want to help out with people with special needs? Ms. Diaz, if this is your problem, I have a solution. Mr. Wu, I have a solution. Council members, let's hire people with special needs to clean it. Let's hire somebody with special needs to go around the city of West Covina to clean these problems. I think it's a good idea. Because what they use is a power wash that they clean and they pour their heart and soul into it. Look at Gilbert Venegas, Ivan Campos, J. Michael. Look at these guys. Wouldn't you guys hire these guys to do the job? If this was your son or daughter? Wouldn't you? I would. Because I know what the work they can do. I've seen it. I've been there. So thank you for this time.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker, please.
Jim Grivich, followed by Valerie Munoz, followed by Brian.
Hello. I'm here to speak about the budget that's on your agenda to adopt tonight. Previously, I asked that there be a response to the residents of this city who have testified at 3 different sessions. I noticed that the city manager did put reference to the fact that they talked at the sessions, but the actual request is that you consider their suggestions. And unfortunately, it is not on your agenda, with one exception, which is apparently there's been a decision made to already do one of the suggestions, which is to increase the police department. And I've spoken in the past about that is the highest priority of the residents of this city, and so it's appropriate that it be considered. But I do have serious issues with the way it's being implemented. It shouldn't be automatically included in the budget. And especially, it shouldn't be something that's added without consideration of the consequences. The consequences are very serious. You're, in effect, spending down your capital outlay fund. That's how it's being paid for, which is a serious error in the way finance should be accomplished. If you take one-time only money, which is what capital outlay is, in this case it was mostly to fix an elevator, and use it for an expenditure that will continue every year forever, you are in effect creating a very large deficit in your budget. And I've spoken many times about deficit spending. The state auditors have spoken about it several times. And that's what this is doing. And the third part of this that I'm concerned about is the cost on the police is grossly understated. In the document, it says $1.2 million for 10 officers. I refer you to a website called Transparent California. And if you look at our police officers and what compensation they actually make, it's roughly $250,000 average per officer, not $120,000. So the costs are be double what was suggested to you. You simply don't have that kind of money available, and it will all end up as a deficit. And it's almost like you're in a race to see how fast you can spend down your balances so that you're bankrupt. I don't understand why the citizens have suggested reductions, and you're not seeming to be considering any of that.
Thank you, Jim. Next speaker, please.
Valerie Munoz, followed by Brian, followed by Ernesto Garcia.
Good evening, Council, Mayor Wu, and just wanted to come by and stop by as your representative as the Water Quality Authority. I'm also your neighboring council member, City of La Puente. For any of you in the audience who's not familiar with the Water Quality Authority, we were established in 1993 by the state legislature, and our whole purpose is to ensure that the groundwater in the San Gabriel Valley is clean. We've developed, finance, and implement programs to clean the contaminated groundwater that serves primary drinking water for over millions of people in the San Gabriel Valley. And we work with local, state, and federal agencies, including the EPA, to create these programs to support and sustain the water. And it's also our goal to keep the responsible parties responsible for that cleanup, so it's not transferred over to the ratepayers or to the consumers itself. And so I just wanted to just come by, say hello. I know you have a great meeting, so I won't take up much of your time. And just to also invite all of the council members as well as any staff members, and also open to the public if they're interested in touring the groundwater treatment centers that we have. I wish the school district was here because we also like to extend invitations to the high schools and just to also show what also is available in water in regards to future careers and so forth. So again, Valerie Munoz, nice to see you guys, and I will let you go.
Nice to see you again. Thank you. Okay, next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Brian, followed by Ernesto Garcia, followed by Cristina Larios.
Good evening. I came to speak recently because of the ICE raids that have been happening in our community. I am the son of immigrants. I grew up here in San Gabriel Valley, in La Puente, West Covina, moved around Azusa, everything. And it's heartwarming to see the police officers and fire department helping people. But other cities have made their stances and have on their social media posted about these ICE raids, saying that they don't want to use police departments to help the ICE raids, to help the staging to any city facilities and things, to help them out in any way to take away our community members. They're not affording them due process. A lot of these people are immigrants here. Some of them, they're not violent, they're not criminals, and so it has affected us personally. It has affected us. I'm a business owner, so I try to promote a lot of inclusivity, diversity here in our cities. And we're just concerned, and we'd like to get some sort of statement from the council members, from the West Covina, just social media, Facebook, anything saying that, that they stand with the community, that they want to help the community, that they don't want to, interact with these things. ICE doing what they need to do, but the police officers sort of, helping keep everything safe for people. And we appreciate your time for it.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Ernesto, followed by Cristina Larios, followed by Brian Calderon-Tabatabay.
Good evening, council members. My name is Ernesto Garcia, returning today to speak again on what is the theme that keeps bringing me back, which is the hope that this council will fulfill its obligations to all of its residents of West Covina. Specifically today, I'm asking that you help to bring peace of mind to over half of our population by doing what other neighboring cities and the county of Los Angeles have already started to do. I'm here to ask you to please direct our city manager to create a list of all city-owned properties for the purposes of disseminating that list, along with instructions expressing the city's wishes to not allow Immigration and Customs Enforcement, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and any federal law enforcement agency that is conducting or aiding in the inhumane searches, detainments, and abductions of our residents. Further, I ask if you should see a legal reason why this would not be possible, that you consult with attorneys already on retainer by the city to find legal paths to make it possible. The beginnings of a path toward this end might be that many of these abductions have been carried out with little concern for the law itself. You don't need to look very hard to find instances of American citizens being harassed and arrested. There are also many cases where people who have a legal right to be in the United States have had their right revoked by purely political reasons and without having committed any crime at all, then being deported. All of this without the due process guaranteed to any and all individuals who exist in our country by nothing less than the United States Constitution. I'm not asking you to violate any federal law, but I am asking that you direct the city manager to limit cooperation with these agencies within the limits of what the law already allows, so that the residents of West Covina can, at the very least, know that we care for their safety and their legal right to access public spaces and essential services without fear, regardless of residency status. I hope you will do the right thing and stand up for West Covina.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Cristina Larios, followed by Brian Calderon Tabatabai, followed by Josh Guerrera.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, staff, and residents of West Covina. I'm Cristina Larios, the interim library manager at the West Covina Library. I wanted to remind everybody that we have our summer discovery program for all ages. You can come and join us, earn prizes for your reading. We have programs for all ages, a few that we have coming up. Tomorrow we have a magic show with magician Artie Loon. It's going to be a lot of fun. This is for ages 5 to 12. It'll be tomorrow at 2 p.m. And then for teens, also tomorrow, we have teen candy sushi. Teens can come to the library to learn how to make candy into sushi. And then also, of course, we have our Zumba every Wednesday evening from 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. And just another reminder for adults, coming up on Tuesday, June 24th, we have a DIY canvas art. So we invite everybody, and I hope to see you all. Thank you.
Hold on. Okay, can you give the program to our city so maybe we can post on the website so people can know we can promote each other? Okay, so could you promote this? Okay, because it sounds very interesting. I have to work, but I want to go. The magic show look very interesting. So give all the program you have, okay, so we can post for you.
Thank you,
okay,
Mayor.
thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Brian Calderon Tabatabai, followed by Josh Guerrero, followed by Shazad.
Good evening, Council. I come before you tonight carrying the weight of the trauma I've seen inflicted across LA County. Trauma caused by ICE raids that tear families apart and leave entire communities paralyzed by fear. I've seen it at the Santa Fe Spring swap meet where families were chased by masked men while trying to earn a living. I've heard the heartbreak of parents who missed their children's graduations for fear of being detained. I've seen car washes raided in La Puente and people snatched in the parking lot at the Rosemead Plaza. Not in the cover of darkness, but in broad daylight. I've watched my own students become protectors and breadwinners, dropping out of summer school to work so their moms and dads could be safe. These are not isolated incidents. This is the cruelty and terror happening in every neighborhood in our region, and that's why I'm here tonight. I'm here to demand that the council direct the city manager to identify all public-facing city properties, Sportsplex, Civic Center, our parks and community centers, and work with the city attorney to ensure these spaces are never used by ICE or any federal immigration enforcement agency. We need explicit legal protections in place, not vague assurances. This is about safety, this is about dignity, and this is about compliance with California's own laws. Laws designed to protect immigrant communities from being hunted down in spaces they should feel safe. Let's be clear. Community members and organizers are aware that ICE has been in communication with the city about potentially using its facilities. And your silence, it is not neutrality, it is complicity. If this council continues to turn a blind eye, if you allow even the perception of cooperation with ICE to continue, then you leave organizations, community leaders, and everyday residents no choice but to deepen our efforts here in West Covina to ensure our community is protected. If our city is seen as aligning itself with federal actions that harm immigrant families, it won't go unnoticed. West Covina will draw the attention of residents and advocates across the region who are ready to stand up for compassion, accountability, and justice. Do not be the city that turned its back on its people. And to Tony, you often share your story coming here on a student visa of being an immigrant who made it. But where are you now? President Trump has ended student visas, called for mass deportations, and you've said nothing. Not a word to defend the very pathway that allowed you to be here. You stand silent. No post, no speech, the one topic that keeps you quiet. Tonight, all of you have an opportunity to go on record. Do we protect our neighbors, or do we sell out our spaces to those who would tear our families apart? Whether you choose words or choose silence, tonight you will have decided. We are watching.
Thank you. And
Josh Guerrero, followed by Shazad, followed by Marie.
hold on. Okay, correction. Okay, I came 1983, not student visa. I came in as an immigrant with X-ray and went to the immigration channel. So I'm a legal immigrant, came in legally. So anyway, just want to share with you, not student visa. So anyway, next speaker, please. Next speaker, please. Okay, next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Josh.
Order, please. Okay, order, please. Okay, quiet. Otherwise, I'm going to remove you. Okay, please be quiet. Okay, next.
I stand here today in light of all the attacks and kidnappings that have been occurring due to illegal ICE operations here in our city. I come here on behalf of all the people who are afraid to leave their homes. Last week, people were kidnapped right here across the street at the mall. More recently, have there been reports of attacks, threats, and people getting run over because people feel emboldened by the lack of local governments in action. All this violence is on the rise because one fact remains clear: we are all in danger. Whether it's by direct assault or because of the harm all these actions are having on our economy, businesses are suffering and they will continue to suffer, and it will become a lot worse because people feel unsafe to leave their homes. I had a whole speech written out, to be honest. And I can't think because I'm absolutely disgusted to look up here and see the face of every single city council member, because in these faces, I see faces that represent every single branch of our community that is being negatively impacted. It doesn't matter if you were here, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor now, due to student visa or as an immigrant. The fact remains you are an immigrant. All of our communities rely on immigrants, otherwise you would not be here right now. And the fact that you remain silent is appalling, to say the least. But it's just disgusting. It's just harrowing to know that the people that we've elected can turn their backs on us in the moment of our need. When all it takes is just a word, a statement, enforcing laws that are already in place by the state of California. When we have so many resources that we can direct just a tiny bit to training our city officials to know how to deal with ICE operations that are breaking laws. Because when laws go out the door, then what responsibility do we feel compelled to obey them as well? What compels us to believe in city government when our city government chooses to remain silent, despite of their background? And then, on top of that, to lower yourself, to make a correction, to try to dismiss the rest of what our brother Brian Tabatabai said. I stand with his statement. I stand with everything he's brought up. And it should be him in your place right now. And I stand by those words.
Thank you. And next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Shazad, followed by Marie, followed by Michael.
Good evening, City Council.
Lower the mic, please.
I came tonight, and my name is Shahrazad. I came tonight to express my horror at the manner in which our undocumented residents are being treated in our cities. We were promised deportations of criminals who are here illegally, but what we're getting is very, very different. It's important to know that deportations of violent criminals have been ongoing for decades. So this is not new, and I do support that policy. I don't want illegal people to come here illegally and abuse our laws. Innocent people are being snatched off the streets without due process. That's my concern. They don't have a chance to prove their innocence until after they've endured inhumane treatment and imprisonment. This is not the America I know. Many of these immigrants have fled intolerable conditions in their countries of origin, such as my dad did when he came to the country, and are in the process of seeking asylum, which actually makes them legal until they can have a court hearing. Yet they're deported to unknown locations, leaving their families behind. Some detainees have actually turned out to be U.S. citizens. I'm sure you've seen that on the news. People are afraid, and that is not a healthy community in which to live for anyone. Our city council has been silent on this matter. I was surprised when I was reviewing some of the meetings. Nothing from you guys, and that's kind of concerning. I know that there's residents in this city who are being affected by the threats of ICE raids. My understanding is that ICE has actually used our city facilities to launch their operations. I hope this is fake news, but if it isn't, I would ask that the city manager direct the police department to refuse any collaboration with ICE, including information sharing regarding our residents. Allowing our public facilities to be used by federal agents brings on unwanted protests from the community, as has been the case in Arcadia, Pasadena, Los Angeles, etc. I don't want our city to be in the news and to have to deal with the disruptions. Schools and places of worship should be safe havens, and our police officers should be directed to protect us against ICE intrusions into these institutions. Studies have shown that undocumented immigrants fill essential roles in industries like agriculture, construction, and caregiving. They pay billions of dollars in taxes, properties, taxes, sales, and even income taxes, while being ineligible for most public benefits. We also know that when people fear deportation, they're less likely to report crimes or seek medical help, which compromises public health
Thank you.
and safety.
Yeah, appreciate. Next speaker, please.
I would ask that you take a stand against ICE.
Marie, followed by Michael, followed by Adela Harris.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Marie Thomas. I am a longtime resident of West Covina. When you run for city council seats, you emphasize the need for a safe community. Well, many of us residents no longer feel our safety is protected. And why don't we feel that way? It's because of Trump's immigration policy and its use of ICE as its enforcement mechanism. Trump's immigration policy denies basic legal rights and due process. It uses racial bias and discriminatory tactics. It criminalizes individuals based on immigration status. It shifts human and monetary resources away from combating serious crime. It has endangered our economy. How does Trump's enforcement of his immigration policy leave many of us feeling? Well, it doesn't make us feel safe. It leaves many of us feeling fearful, worried, insecure, lonely, and with a foreboding sense of the future. For those of us who don't feel immediately threatened, we feel the injustice of Trump's policy and will fight to undo it. Trump's immigration policy is a policy of choice. We don't have to enforce immigration policy the way he does. Our lawmakers can choose different immigration methods and reforms. Meanwhile, we don't have to accommodate a policy of fear. We don't have to accommodate a policy of insecurity. We don't have to accommodate a policy of injustice. We don't have to accommodate a policy of racism. Meanwhile, in summary, we don't have to accommodate ICE.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Michael, followed by Adela, followed by JD.
I was just going to say if the IT department could focus on the speaker so we can make sure whoever's speaking gets attention online.
Okay. Next speaker, please.
On South Glendora.
I got it. Thank you.
Fine. Yeah. Go ahead.
On South Glendora Avenue, 537 South Glendora Avenue. It's zoned that they want now restaurants and other types of things there. It was a dry cleaners.
Can you move the mic higher, please? The mic higher.
Oh.
Thank you.
Anyway, it was a dry cleaners for, 30 or 40 years. They've moved out, and I own the building, and they want it to be a restaurant or something that requires 3 parking spaces per 1,000 square feet. My building's 15,442 square feet, requiring 47 parking spaces. There's 10 in the back. If I take the drive-through in the front, the most I can get is 12, so I could get 22 parking spaces. And this building could never be a restaurant. I don't think it could be much more than storage or a giant dry cleaning building. But I'm really in a situation where I can't get it rented and I can't get it sold because of what they want this building to be used for. It cannot possibly be used for. And I invite all of you to come out and take a look at this thing. If you can figure out how it could be turned into something else, let me know. But you're never going to get 47 parking spaces there, and you're never going to be able to turn it into a restaurant. It's a big concrete building made out of a concrete block. And I'm really in a position where you guys are going to bankrupt me if someone doesn't come over and at least let me know what I can do with it.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. And city manager, would you please receive his request and maybe you can work with planning? Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Adela, followed by JD, followed by Glenn Kennedy. Adela.
And time, please.
Not too good to speak, but
lower, please. Yes, it can be more.
Not too good to speak, but I'm concerned about my neighborhood, my street and homeless in West Covina, and now we have issues right there because the parking on the street is all West Covina. I think is 7 to 11, the same day, Thursdays.
Street sweeping, parking.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm concerned about it because we working on nights and we don't have no parking where we have four cars and we don't have no parking. We don't have parking and I don't know where we parking because the store is 7-11 to Thursday in my street too, both sides and the street too, the South Garvey, and we don't have no place to park. And I try to fix the problem, but I don't know how.
Can you give the address to our acting city manager?
Yes,
Would you please?
that's right there.
Okay, we look into it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Glenn Kennedy, followed by, I don't know if it's Natalie or Nazelli, followed by Trevor Jackson.
Glenn Kennedy. No, okay, the health department is not a hearing. You can speak right now.
Okay. Couple things.
Give me a second here.
Take your time.
I'm the son of a civil rights activist. In case you didn't know, my mom, Mary Josephine Melendez Kennedy, I'm half Irish, half Mexican. She got deported in 1938. I'm with my aunt. They were both born in Los Angeles. My grandma was from Chihuahua, Mexico, and my grandfather was from Juarez. My grandfather came across the border, fought in World War I. He was gassed in the Battle of Champagne, and he was dying from tuberculosis. And they kicked him out of the country. And Jesus, he was a pastor of the church. He was harmless. He was a pastor of the Mexican Church of the Nazarene in both Lincoln Heights and El Sereno. And that fueled my mom through her whole life. I'm going to tell you, it's a scar that she never got over. So I'm very sensitive to this. The law is not compromised in a lot of ways. Immigration is a privilege, not a right. I was not born into democracy. I was born into a constitutional republic, which gives me the right to protest anytime, any place on anything. I have my First Amendment rights. I have my Second Amendment rights. I have all my amendment rights. With that being said, the dumbass president should have done this a lot better. Okay? I know this is not a sanctuary city, but at the end of the day, we are all Americans, and we are better than this. And we need to show some type of compassion. This ain't working. I put the blame on both sides. When the Democrats had the House and the Senate, they did absolutely nothing. I ain't finished.
Thank you.
And they did absolutely nothing to fix this situation.
Graham, thank you.
Okay, whatever.
Appreciate.
No problem.
I'm not sure if the name is Natalie or
Next speaker, please.
Natalie. Thank you.
Okay, lower the mic.
Good evening. I am a physician. I work in the area, and I want to reiterate what many of the other people have said regarding having our city council, our city collaborate with the community to help prevent certain spaces. They have mentioned schools and places of worship, and I would like to add also healthcare facilities, public health clinics, hospitals. If, as one of the speakers said, that the immigration department has reached out to the city to use the city lands, and it means you have a channel of communication with them that you could perhaps use for the advantage to tipping off hospitals and public health clinics if these raids might happen. And can we not employ our own law enforcement to actually stem off or basically prevent such raids from happening? If you go into any hospital or clinic, you would see a sign that says all people have to be treated equally, regardless of their presence or absence of any insurance or what their economic needs are or any other personal qualification. And we should hold our entire city to that same standard of treating all of its citizens with the utmost dignity and respect and just protecting their ability to go about their lives peacefully.
Thank you so much. Okay, next speaker, please. Next speaker.
Mayor, our final speaker is Trevor Jackson.
Trevor.
Good evening. How you guys doing today?
Pretty good.
I came here originally to speak about my request for a street vending license, and that still matters deeply to me, but after hearing the residents of West Covina, I'm not an immigrant. I'm a black man who knows what it feels like to be profiled, overlooked, and pushed to the side. I want to make it clear I stand with my community members who are hurting right now, and I agree with what's being said tonight. What's been happening with ICE raids and all that's been happening in this community is flat out wrong. shouldn't be happening, especially for West Covina. Like, we hold our city to the top. And I want to make it clear, to the average eye, this may seem like it only affects one group or community, but I know better. This is just another form of what's been happening to my people for decades, being snatched up off the streets, separated from our families, judged by appearances before anyone sees our heart. Injustice in any form should matter to all of us, because when we turn a blind eye just because it's not happening to you, you become part of the silence that lets it keep happening. I'm here to build. I'm here to create something positive and long-lasting, but I'm also here to stand up when I see something wrong and what's being done wrong, even if it doesn't directly touch me. So yes, I still ask for your support, but right now that doesn't matter. What matters is the voice of the community members and what they're feeling and what's affecting us as a whole. So I think you guys should just hear them out and take note to what they're saying, because this is the city of West Covina, and you guys are the head honchos of West Covina. So we appreciate your time, and I thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. And any other speaker? Okay, thank you so much. And the acting city manager, you want to respond to our speaker?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I will. We had a total of 9 speakers speak on the federal operations, the ICE enforcement throughout the city of West Covina. And while it's not my position to provide a statement at this time or an opinion, I can assure the community and the persons in this audience is there's been no collaboration between West Covina City Hall staff, our police department, or other entity of the city to collaborate with any federal agencies. I've had no contact from them. In fact, like many people during the day, I'm monitoring social media and the local news in the office to find out what's happening in our local city and surrounding jurisdictions. So while I can't provide a statement on a lot of things, I do hear you then understand that, and want you to understand that the city is not collaborating or working with any federal agencies on any of these operations. I appreciate everybody coming forward, stating their opinions, their concerns. They've been heard, and I'll wait for direction, if any, to proceed with whatever needs to be done. But I just want to assure the community that there's no collaboration between City Hall staff or our local law enforcement. In fact, our local law enforcement has a very clear and definitive process and policy as far as immigration and working with other agencies. And it's a hands-off. They are not involved in any way. So I hope I can assure the community, at least of that point at this time. I'm going to, Doug Ford, you give me like 25 things. So I'm going to try to pick them off the best I can here. On the budget consultants, following the last meeting that you mentioned in May, I was provided direction by the City Council to provide a complete and comprehensive list of all consultants and contracts that have been approved by the City Council from the inception of time that are still valid, and also a list of all contracts under the signature authority of the city manager that the council was not aware about, right? So I am finishing up that right now. Both lists will be provided to the council. It's a valid point. It's a valid concern, and all 5 members of the council have directed me that it is their concern as well. So that is being addressed. As far as the street sweeping, I know you brought up about the signage. So that's obviously a very big project in the city. So my direction to the team working on this project, from the contractor, the engineers, and everybody else, is to finish the installation of the signs. From there, we're going to do an assessment and troubleshoot areas of concern, those that should have been labeled as high density, those that are in near sensitive locations like a school. Obviously, when you hire a contractor and you ask them to install 7,000 signs, they're out there installing 7,000 signs. We've been troubleshooting, and I think we've addressed nearly 800 signs that were located in the wrong spot. Maybe directly in front of somebody's house, or could have been located in a better area. Also, the determination if any signs are to be changed, whether it be by time or day, direction has not been provided on that, at this time. Once we get everything installed and we do a better survey of what's currently out there and what needs to be fixed, I will come back to the council with some recommendations, and they'll provide direction to me on what needs to be done. As far as the discussion on the city yard, you mentioned the Surplus Land Act. The city did go through that process and has satisfied the requirement. And I agree that it should go to the highest bidder, and that is, I believe, the direction of the council as well. That's a fluid situation, and I'm sure there'll be more to come about that. As far as the health department, we are going to have an update in a little bit on the health department. As I mentioned at the community meetings, that we would be coming back today with an update of where we're at and hopefully answers those questions on the health department. Mr. Shoemaker, if you're still here, I don't know if he is. If he's watching, then if you provide me the location of the tree that needs to be addressed, I'll make sure that's taken care of. On the parking signs, obviously he meant some streets have too many, maybe some have none. Again, we are establishing a punch list. We've got a team going out daily and surveying each street and correcting those streets that maybe be deficient in signs, have too many, or improperly located. That's being addressed. Some of the signs in the city are older and needed to be replaced and removed. So the direction was on the old street sweeping signs to remove those as the new signs are being installed. One of the things we ran into, which wasn't expected, is on some of our older signs, half the sign mentions street sweeping on a given day and time, and the second half of the sign, all on the same piece of metal, mentioned permit parking only, preferential parking only. So when they did what they were supposed to, they removed the old street sweeping sign, but inadvertently it also took down the sign that said permit parking. So as those have been brought to my attention, I have directed our public works to reinstall those signs. I know areas like Mardina and Toland and a few others were brought to my attention, and those signs have been reinstalled. And as we're reinstalling the signs, I provided direction to do the best you could to use existing poles and signs that are already there instead of sinking more signs into people's yards. So that's being addressed. Doug, as always, any specific questions, you have my numbers. You can contact me and I'll work with you, whatever I can help you with. I'm sorry if I pronounced the name Plazinski, representing and speaking on behalf of Valley Light Industries. Thank you very much for speaking and the value of the program and the value of the organization. It's well received. Thank you again. I'm glad to see everybody here tonight. Thank you for coming out. Mr. Grivich, just make sure I got my notes here correct. One of the topics you spoke on is the cost of the police officers that are included in the budget tonight. Those figures are based on a entry-level academy trainee prior to graduating from the academy. So that's where those numbers came from. Obviously, I'm familiar with Transparent California. I understand that the full burden of a police officer trained and out in the field and working for us is more. This is a plan to add police officers while keeping in mind that we're playing catch up all the time. With each 5 that we are able to hire, we probably have five retirements. And this is a shortage that's being experienced throughout Southern California and the region, trying to keep up with attrition. People are retiring and filling those spots. As far as the budget process, thank you for attending the community meetings. I tried and worked with our finance department to incorporate as many things as possible from those meetings and also facilitate goals and directives of the council, many of which were prior to my sitting up here, obviously. And that was the intent, to incorporate those into this budget document. Valerie Munoz, always good to see you, one of my former bosses. Thank you for bringing information on the Water Quality Authority, update on goals and responsibilities. Christina Larios, thank you for, again, providing updates on the West Covina Library, including some upcoming events. I'm looking forward to seeing Mayor Wu at the Magic Show and out there. That'd be great. Michael, regarding your property at 537 Glendora, I don't know if Michael's still here. I actually have been in contact with your consultants regarding that property and facilitating a meeting with planning, community development, and we're going to walk through your issues, concerns, and hopefully come to a resolution for you on that property. But I have been in contact with your consultant for that project. Adela, on the street sweeping signs, again, I understand the concern that a good number of our streets in the city are posted for same side of the street during the same time frame. The expectation, again, is going to be that the sweeper will be allowed to pass, and then people will be able to repark. The plan is to have somebody behind the sweeper. There'll be 4 sweepers running at the same time. We'll have somebody behind each sweeper, and they'll be able to identify which vehicles it's gone around, and then they will not be circling back for the remainder of that time frame. Example, if the area is posted 7 to 11 a.m., and the sweeper passes at 7:15 to 7:30 each week, you'll have a general idea that you can repark immediately after that sweeper passes, and then between 7:30 and 11 a.m., there won't be anybody circling back to do any type of enforcement for those vehicles. Again, it's a very large project. There's a lot of troubleshooting that still needs to be done, but staff is listening to the community concerns. It's available on our West Covina app to submit concerns regarding signage, time frames, those type things. And again, we've probably received 800 requests for a variety of issues, and we're troubleshooting and addressing those issues as we go along. Mr. Mayor, I believe that covers the speakers for tonight.
Yeah, I think it's very good. Thank you so much for the very detailed explanations and responses. Okay, and City Council, anybody? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
I just had a quick statement for the residents. Again, we are not working with ICE. I want to make that clear, nor do we freely give in to them. And I will say it, I do have immigrants who are living here who are not citizen, and you're not going to hear from me and tell them where they're located, nor will we do that with our own residents, whether you're a citizen or not. However, if you do commit a crime, whether you are a citizen or not, yes, by all means, they can take you. Citizen or immigrant committing a crime, but we are focused on safety. Peaceful protests, well, I'm okay. However, once you cross the line of looting, rioting, damage to city property, life, injury or that, our PD will step in. Again, our focus is on safety, and so I just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And any other City Council member want to? Yeah, okay, the Council member.
Mayor?
Okay, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, you wait next.
Oh, just so folks know, Senator Rubio put out a statement with regard to this issue, and I co-signed it last week. And to really stand with the community, and just to say that we just really need to respect everyone's rights. I just wanted to let folks know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Canto, and Council Member Gutierrez. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the key agreement that allows local police departments to work with ICE or the Immigration and Customs Enforcement, it's called 287G agreements. So 287G agreements authorizes local police departments to work with ICE on various models. For example, there's the jail enforcement model, the task force model, the warrant service officer program model, and I have clarified with Chief Cortina, and the West Covina Police Department does not have a 287G agreement in place. So, in regards to those who have alleged that somehow we're opening our city facilities, that is a false rumor. The City of West Covina stays committed on focusing on the local way of local issues, the local way of life, making sure public services continue to exist and grow in our community, and that's my statement on that.
Very good. Okay, and any other City Council member? No. Okay. Okay. I want to say this. Okay. As myself as an immigrant into this great country. Okay. And the immigrant is a big. Okay. And help to our country. Okay. That is what we hear. Okay. As a brotherhood and sisterhood. And no matter what. Okay. We here to help each other. Okay. We're not here try to give. Okay. And the federal government any of leeway, but the point is very simple: is we here basically is united, okay, and it's not trying to have people to divide us because our status, this and that. And our police and fire, our job is to save life, okay? Our job is to help people. So if no matter what your status, please report to the police department if you have anything happen to you. We're here to protect you, no matter what your status. We're not here to care about your status, this and that. Our job is protect our resident, and we don't give about your background, this and that. The thing is this: as long as you're in our city, we want to protect you. If anything happen to you, please report to our police. And our chief Covina told us his job, and our fire chief told us his job is to save life, to help people when they're in need. So please, trust your police and fires, and our staff to make sure you are safe. Okay, thank you. And any other city council? Otherwise, I'm going to go to consent calendar. Okay, yeah, I know. You have go ahead.
Yeah, and just to piggyback off what Mayor Pro Tem Leti Lopez Rialto stated, which is in all cities and throughout our state, we support peaceful protests and those who choose not to be peaceful, those who decide to harm police officers and throw rocks to their heads. The district attorney and the United States Attorney's Office have and will continue to prosecute those cases. So remember that a police officer, there's a time when they take off that badge and they take off that uniform and they go back home to their kids and family. So never forget that the men and women of law enforcement are just like you and me. And don't forget that. So thank you.
Thank you so much. If no statement and no question, I'm going to move the consent calendar 1 to 10. Any city council want to pull any item?
Excuse me, Mayor, I believe we have a city manager's report.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Again.
Because you talk forever, so I think you're already done. Okay, yeah, go ahead, city manager. Brag about the achievement. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief.
Yeah, you can take forever. It's okay.
First slide. The city of West Covina is currently working with the office of Congressman Gil Cisneros to secure federal funding for the new Fire Station 1. In 2021, Fire Station 1 was condemned and closed due to increasing concern of safety conditions and unsuitability for habitation. Operations and living quarters of Fire Station 1 were transferred to a temporary trailer on the city yard property. The new fire station will provide permanent operations, living quarters to our firefighters, and will meet and satisfy safety requirements to allow for strategic response needs of the community and gender neutral accommodations. The new facility would also accommodate space for emergency operations to educate, train for, and coordinate responses to a regional or local disaster. Update on our website. Presentation on the status of our new city website will be given at the city council meeting of July 15th. Civic Plus will be present to provide city council and the community with the updates. Last week, Public Works finished 3,340 feet of red curbing on South Garvey Avenue between Azusa and Hollenbeck. The Palmview Park Community Center reopened as an adaptive recreational facility in June of 2023. Work on opening as an adaptive recreation family facility started in the summer of 2022. Each year since its 2023 opening, the Palmview Park Community Center has held an open house to showcase the programs, activities, resources, and the participants who make Palmview a special place. This year, Palmview held its open house on Wednesday, June 11th, and this year the participants shared original poetry as part of the open house. I believe we have a video to show tonight.
My name is Richard Centeno. I am a person with disability, yet I'm filled with possibility. I have a voice, I live and breathe. Why can't you see the human being? With thoughts and dreams, I am high. I push my limits, I touch the sky. Don't see a child, big, place, small. I make decisions, I stand tall. Take the time, get to know me, and you see the stretch that sets me free, period.
Next is the Cortez Park Community and Senior Center held its annual Father's Day on Friday, June 13th. Over 180 seniors were in attendance. Participants enjoyed dancing and singing with DJ Rudy. Shout out to the Police Officers Association of West Covina for sponsoring the food for the event. On Friday, June 13th, from 5 to 8 p.m., the Shadow Oak Community Center hosted its inaugural Ties for Tierras Father's Day Dance. The event welcomed 45 guests who were treated to corsages, boutonnieres, a delicious dinner, balloon twisting, a photo booth, and a fun-filled dance. Our summer concert series on Wednesday nights starts tomorrow night with Soto Band playing here at City Hall. And our 4th of July spectacular, West Covina Sports Complex, will be obviously on July 4th from 5 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. with gates opening at 4 p.m. And that concludes my city manager's presentation for tonight.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay.
I was thinking of you.
You have to be elected first, okay? And then you have to be rotated, okay? So and wait for 5 years. But anyway, and tomorrow night, 6 o'clock, okay, we have our DJ, and then 7 o'clock we have our first summer concert series. Please join us, okay? And as 1 year passed so fast, so we are welcome again. Summer concert tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. So see you then. Okay, see you everybody there. And anybody want to say something? Otherwise, I want to move quickly to consent calendar 1 to 10. Any council member want to pull? Okay, number 6. Okay, number 6. And any other council want to pull?
I'll pull.
Excuse me, Mayor, through the chair. We were going to take the.
I understand.
Okay.
I want to go consent calendar first, then we go to the first agenda. That will be the one. Let me finish the consent calendar, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I can save time. Otherwise, it will take forever. We all want to go home before midnight. So anyway, and any other city council?
Yes, I'll pull number 3.
Number 3.
And number 10.
Number 10. So any other city council want to decide, right? Okay, do I have a motion to approve beside number 3, number 6, and number 10?
All motion.
Do I have a second? Okay, and roll call, please.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lopez Viado, a second by Councilmember Gutierrez, to approve consent calendar items 1 through 10 with the exception of number 3 and number 10.
Number 6.
Excuse me, number 6. Can you tell me who pulled?
Number 3, number
Thank
6,
you.
and number 10. Number 3 and number 10 found Brian Gutierrez. Okay,
yes.
and number 6 found Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you.
Okay, and we approve already, so we move to the first one.
I'm just going to take roll call, Mayor.
Oh, okay, sorry. Roll call.
Thank you. Councilman Contos?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez Viado?
Aye.
Mayor Wu?
Aye, motion approved 5-0. Then we moved, okay, number 13, about health department, receive and fire update report. Okay, go ahead. Who is going to present this?
I'll do a brief introduction and then I'll turn it over to Dr.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Just a little quick background. In December of 2020, in response to complaints from residents and business community, a desire to provide a more appropriate response to the pandemic based on West Covina's data, the West Covina City Council directed staff to explore methods to improve local public health, including alternatives to the county health department. In May of 2021, the City Council, on a 4-1 vote, introduced for the first reading Ordinance 2484, establishing a public health department for the city of West Covina. Later that month, the city submitted the West Covina Health Department overview and summary to the California Department of Public Health. Since the middle of 2021, city staff and the team have been meeting monthly and working with the California Department of Health on the process for the establishment of a city health department. And as promised at our community meetings, I mentioned that we would have an update tonight after 4 years of work. And so I'd like to introduce Dr. Basil, who will provide an update on the West Covina Health Department.
Testing? Okay. Good evening, Mayor Wu and members of the City Councils. I'm happy to inform you that the California Department of Public Health and the state has completed and approved the new local health department applications, DPH-21-009, released it on May 23rd, 2025, and is now open for public comments, and public hearing is scheduled on July 10, 2025. This application of new local health department will most likely to be the first in the nations. The primary purpose of the new local health department application is to protect the health and safety of the people in California, and basically is to save lives. During the pandemic, many county health departments throughout the states were overwhelmed and burdened by the demand of different services. California Department of Public Health understands the importance of local health department in supporting our local community, working in collaboration with our county and state health department to protect our community and to save lives. The package is to ensure allocation of state public health funding to local health department that meet the minimum standard and qualifications for a modern health department. The package is also described the step-by-step process for a new local health department must follow to establish their eligibility for state aid. The package is to update and modernize the element of existing public health regulation by eliminating outdated requirement and language. And the goal of and objective of the regulation update is also to update current regulations to reflect modern public health industry standards. It eliminates regulations that no longer apply to modern public health for local health administrations. The update also created a process to establish eligibility for qualifying cities to apply for the state aid for local health department. The update is to uphold the California Department of Public Health responsibility to protect the health and safety of California by ensuring the creation of local health department capable of meeting modern public health standards, and accreditation by incorporating the Public Health Accreditation Board, so-called FAB, Standard Measure for Initial Accreditation version 2022. Specifically, the update package provides detail of the California Department of Public Health fundings, including an initial 12-month temporary funding for state aid for new local health department that meet certain required service and report, including a site visit. Permanent regular funding application is available and need to apply within 24 months of receiving temporary funding approval and only after implementing all required services. We will finalize all the required documents and move forward with our application as soon as the final regulation package is finalized by the California Department of Public Health and the state. Some of the required documents will be as follows. Public Health Emergency Operation Plan, EOP, is already done. The Community Health Assessment and Community Health Improvement Plan are in the progress. We will finalize all the required documents submitted to California Department of Public Health for final approval. Some of the documents may include the following: Community Support Report, Feasibility Study Report, Long-Term Strategic Plan, Detailed Organization Information with Human Resource Report, Workforce Development Plan, Written Policy and Procedure Manual, Budget, and others to be announced. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank California Department of Public Health and Dr. Ron Chapman for his wisdom and his extensive experience with local, state, national health department and organization in leading the team for doing their due diligence very carefully and with quick thought and insights in what public health will need to be successful in meeting 20th century public health demand and practice to prevent disease and injury, promote healthy living, and protect the health and safety of the people of California and our community. They performed many very careful, detailed studies and analysis of the need of a new local health department and understanding the importance of the funding that it will need to operate to modernize new local health department and practice to protect the health and safety of California and basically to save lives. Finally, I also like to thank the City Council for your guidance, patience, and understanding in this process. This will conclude my report and open for any question that you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And City Council, any question? This is the update. Yeah, go ahead. Brian?
Yeah. Dr. Bezo, if you could. So after the public hearing, what happens then, Dr. Bezo?
The public hearing is afterward. If there is not only minor changes, they only would take a few weeks to finalize the document. If there's any major changes, it might take another round of public comments for the revisions. There will be maybe another 30 days according to our meeting discussions with the CDPH. So we'll see how much modification you'll be needing. So after that, then the CDPH will file their paperwork with the state, the Secretary of State, and the Department of California of Public Health will establish their own department to officially, formally accepting applications.
Great. And then just to clarify, the state's working on a package that will, if I'm not mistaken, that will allocate funding to the city of West Covina to establish that health department?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So there will be two funding. One is initial 12 months to help start the health department. And then once some of the required services is able to implement and meet certain regulation described in the process, then after 24 months, we'll be able to apply for the permanent fundings that would apply to all health departments.
Great. And then my last clarification question will be, I think, based upon some public comments that were said today, I think one of the things I want to make sure and clarify to the public is that there has been no new allocation of funding on behalf of the taxpayers of West Covina. No new funding has gone to the health department. I think it's also very important to note that we currently have a council adopted policy that states that any new funding that goes to the health department, if it's from the general fund or from any fund with the city of West Covina, that the council has to be alerted on it and vote on it. So we have put a tremendous amount of transparency and accountability in this process. So thank you.
Okay, very good. Okay, Mayor Proton.
Thank you. The funding from the state, the temporary and the permanent funding, do you know how much that?
No, they will be based on per capita. So they will be based on populations, right? So we will be equally receiving based on our population. So at least those are the questions will be clarified during the public comments and so forth. Yeah.
So you wouldn't know the estimated cost?
No, I don't know.
Okay. And then just for the record, I know I have mentioned with this whole, it's funny how people are hitting me with the last council meeting. When they talked about the budget, we've mentioned, and I've mentioned it, that the general fund is not going to be touched. And we have not touched the general fund with this health department. But once you get that information in regards to the state, the funding and so forth, please let us know what that information would be.
Right. The state actually want to look at our budget and so forth too.
Okay.
Okay, very good. Okay, any other? Okay, yeah, go ahead. Okay, Councilman Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Dr. Basil, good evening. It's good to see you. So with regard to the budget, what is the planned organizational structure for this, and how is this pilot health department to be structured if we don't, in light of our not knowing exactly how much will be allocated to us through the grants that we'll be getting in the first 12 months?
Well, there's certain model we can actually look at. For example, City of Pasadena, City of Berkeley. We have some estimate and some projections, but those will be all details spelled out in the package. So we actually have to follow the package. We have to follow step by step what they required us to do and show the data and the budget for them for final approval for the initial temporary funding to get the health department started. So what they do is they're going to look at all our data and make sure it's reasonable and acceptable, and then they'll approve the package. So in more detail, I'll have to present you in some other meetings. We have some estimate and projection going on, but it's just like the last meeting, I say a lot of this is still a little bit premature until we have the final conversation with CDPH. They are very understanding. They really feel new local health department is important, and they want to make sure we have proper funding to get it going. They don't want to have a health department that start and close in a year or two. So they want to have a long term, and they understand the importance of new local health department.
So in terms of step by step, the next step is to have a hearing on July the 10th, after which, based on comments, then they will formulate what they approve us to have our health department look like.
No, they already have some idea already. And for example, we have to go through the accreditation board for the initial accreditation. And I have about 400 pages here of, actually in the book here, about 400 pages that you have to follow. And there's guideline 10 essential fundamental services. And you have to meet all these criteria step by step. So it will be too much information to present it tonight. Right. Yeah.
Okay, and so looking to the longer term, I understand that the funding is just it's initial to get the health department started, and then after that we'd be subject to new funding, or we're going to ask for new funding. So what happens in different contingencies, whether the funding is approved for further building of the health department, or if it's denied? What happens to structure then after the end of the first year?
The end of the first years, well, so the plan is to be able to sustain the first 2 years while we are applying for the permanent funding. If we follow their guideline, the step-by-step process, and so far it looked reasonable. It's not something that is not achievable, because for a health department, you really should be able to meet the accreditation standard, because all new local health department, some of the county health departments still doesn't meet the accreditations. Apparently, there's something like 70% of the the county health department only meet the accreditation standard. So, but for all new local health department, we do need to, by year 2, we have to meet the standard to meet the accreditation. For example, I'm a CME for continuing medical education surveyors for the state for physicians, and we have a lot of standards I had to go by. So this is something I'm familiar with, and we know how to try to at least meet the criteria and try to achieve the 24 permanent funding. Of course, contingency plan, if my projection is correct, and of course, depending on county, how much county will provide us with some of the financial data that they have received so far, I think we'll be able to sustain certain amount of, if worst come to worst. For example, the state recognizes the city has the right to form their own local health department. They basically just want to make sure it's able to done correctly and make sure we have the proper funding. Because in the beginning, when we start this process, CDPH really have no idea how we're going to be able to get the funding. And through their own diligence to go through the whole analysis, survey, and talking to everybody else, and feel that, of course, funding is very important for any new local health department, especially in the country that we are preparing for the next pandemic and so forth. We do have to build a structure. So in a sense, a lot of cities also want to build their own new local health department. So everybody is looking at West Covina, see how we're going to do it. So I will be very, very careful using any dollar and cents, and then build up a certain backup reserve to weather some of these, event that are unforeseeable.
Thank you. My last question, a separate topic. With the hearing on July the 10th, when is it and how do people attend the hearing?
It's going to be through the team, through the virtual, between 10 to 12.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Okay, and Councilwoman Diaz?
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Dr. Basil. Thank you for having this presentation. So right now, as we see it, we have the state that will be providing us with the funds to manage this health department.
Well, there are two part. One is they know the funding because in the statute a long time ago, like 50, 60 years ago, or even longer, they actually allocate 100,000 to start a new local health department. 100,000 nowadays is really nothing. Right. So they understand that 100,000 is really need to be updated. So, but they have to base on some formula. So that formula is not disclosed in our package yet.
Okay.
So we'll have to find out some more from CDPH. And then when we're able to get the department fully operate because each local health department is different, because each community has different needs. That's why we are conducting the community health need assessment to see what our problem is. And we different from Beverly Hills, we different from Pacific Palisades, we different from Santa Ana. And so we have to develop our own and see what our full service means. Each city is different. So and then when we get those departments started, then we'll apply for the permanent funding.
So at this point, we don't know how many departments we'll have for the city of West Covina.
There's some basic health department the basic department that we need. There's some fundamental public health service that we need to provide. And the rest of them, for example, if you talk into food program and so forth, there will be a different grant from federal government and from different sources. But the basic fundamental, there's certain basic fundamental that we need to provide. And I think I feel very confident that we should be able to have it.
So once we have the departments clarified and we know what kind of departments we're going to have, are we going to have to hire employees to run those departments?
Yes.
Okay. And do we have any idea how many employees we would be hiring?
It will grow as we grow our department.
I see.
Yeah. So
we'll start
really depending on how many programs we're going to have and how many what the need is. And that's why later on we really need the community to get together, look at our community health assessment. We already compiled something like 500-600 pages of data about West Covina and the surrounding area. And we actually have a software package that look at every data about everything about the whole region, so we can compare ourselves with other regions and how we're going to operate in a way that is prudent and able to protect our community and prevent future issue and so forth. Yeah, there's a lot of things.
Right. Now, the public hearing is it going to be on the city council day or it's not?
No, it's on the Thursday morning.
Okay. And that's, our community is going to be aware of that?
Yes, it's open.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And it's my turn. Okay, I'll let you guys go first. Okay, and so it's my turn and the first thing I want to say is, and then I go back to you guys. Okay, so everybody have a chance to talk. I want to thank Dr. Basil for 4 years on, prevalence, persistent, and monthly and perseverance, monthly talking to Dr. Chapman at CDPH, the California Department of Public Health, and I know you've been spent a lot of time and try to help and to save life. Okay, I think because we went through in 2020 the pandemic, and I was the mayor at the time, and I clearly remember, we don't have a resource, we don't have nothing, and every time we call the county health department, we get no answer, and that's why the tragedy happened on the Bridge Creek retirement home when they have an outbreak and they have nothing. So this is what everybody know. Because for 100 years we don't have a pandemic, we never think about care about this. We only care about public safety, police, and fire. We never see one virus will wipe us out, shut down the city and shut down the business, shut down the school. And you can see the consequence we are still suffering right now. A lot of mental issue and children, this and that. So that is why we understand and with city council to see the 11 million population of a health department is not going to work. It's just too huge. So we have to, and you see Pasadena, they about 135,000 population, and they got direct funding and resource from CDC, from federal and state. And we have nothing. We have waiting a long line behind, the health department of county. And that's what this is about. We have to get the resource directly, and it's funded like Pasadena, because Pasadena is budget neutral. Basically 50% from federal, 25% from state, and another 25% from the and the business render, meaning inspection, this and that. So that is basically what the Pasadena budget is. And I think for approval from the state, why taking so long? Because this is for 100-some years, we don't have a health department set up due to we never know we need it. But now we know we need it because you can see, the virus attack, this and that, and that tremendous loss. And we cannot say, let's get the life back. The life lost is lost. So we really have to intuit. And I understand everybody worry about is the budget. Well, how much is the budget? And again, Rome doesn't build in one day. And we're starting this as a pioneer. And I think the entire nation is watching West Covina and doing this. But somebody have to put this on your own shoulder. We cannot just run away and because just hope for the best and maybe other city can do it. I think I want to thank my colleague and willing to take this tough task. But this is something very important because you don't know when this virus or new virus will come to our community and become an issue. But if we can have a resource, swipe, and right away go to Long Beach laboratory, and to check lab to see what kind of virus is that, we can right away notify the county, notify the state, and notify the CDC, and everybody will know what kind of virus right away should we quarantine that small, of a population, this and that, so we don't let it outbreak. I think this is how the state and federal understand this is what we need to make the health department smaller, more of a local, so we know our population and try to take care, our school, and our senior complex. And again, I understand this is something, with a step by step, and just like a baby, gradually build up. It cannot happen in one day. I think it will be step by step, and the state want to see us success too. And they're not going to be, and we won't be successful too because we don't want to be just like fly by. We want to very, very carefully, and build this and become a example, prototype for all other cities. I understand 20, 30 cities behind us all want to do the same thing. And they are amazed we didn't spend a dime of a general fund. And we already forced the state, and to put 16 attorney and put this package out. And this is the first in the nation. So I'm very proud. I want to thank Dr. Basil to build this. I think in the future, people will understand how important to update our health regulation from all the county and all entire United States, how to follow the update, the health requirement, and how to take care of our community and how to, and protect the population for any disease, any virus, because I think everybody can tell, including the medical field, they all know possible another wave will come to us pretty soon. So we need to prepare this ASAP. And I understand, again, is how we can quickly get this done, but at the same time, carefully, step by step, and make sure we get the funding from the state and starting building with the structure and starting put the meat into the body, and from the baby gradually become a strong man, so we can protect our community. I think this is about and again, I want to thank you to stick with us. Without Dr. Basil, we will have no health department because we didn't pay you. You can pay very, very little. And you're doing almost like us, volunteer, because you have a mission like us. As a doctor, your mission is save life. And for us as a community, elected, we want to protect our community. So we are here. But I want to show my deepest appreciation for your effort, and we're almost there, and we just want to finish, and hopefully we can protect our population and make sure all other city and entire nation follow through like us. Thank you. Any other, Mayor Protem, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So I know this health department's been an issue for quite some time, and because this health department hasn't been in development in over 100 years, I do have to say, because of West Covina, the state health department has changed some of their practice. They've updated a lot of the documents that they're like, oh, this is not relevant anymore. This is no longer with us. Because of us, this was like the first time for them to actually go through their things to extend this. So that actually helped. And also, we learned from the pandemic that, our residents were neglected. We had to beg LA County to give us these resources. LA County is huge, and their priorities are wherever they may be. But when we learned that big lessons about the priorities of, we just want to make sure our residents are taken care of. I also know firsthand the difference when you have, the city has its own health department, obviously working with, Pasadena, that their first, they keep the community safe, informed and resilient. They're first to get all the needs that they want. So that's what I want. I want to focus on our residents to make sure that they are taken care of first, that when things or disaster strikes, that we are ahead of the game, that we can prioritize our residents. So that I wanted to see the quicker action that occurred. And in regards to whether this health department, where I stand or just anything in general, we don't know what these costs will be. Nobody does. That's why this is in the works right now. We're gathering all this information. We're getting all this, but we are moving forward. We are seeing that. And I know I've gotten emails or things that are said about me, especially from the last meeting, saying that I've lied. But I had to go get the city clerk to get the information because things that they said I said weren't inaccurate. But when they said, oh, the residents of West Covina don't want a health department, I can firsthand say, especially with the last election, not one resident, at least in my district, has mentioned about the health department. And I know, Mayor Tony Wu, when he ran, everybody knew what he ran against, with BKK, the health department, and he still got elected with that. And so I wanted to, get this information because they said, oh, this is not true. It's not true that we have this. There was a committee that was named No to West Covina Health Department Community Group. And included, and I'm not going to mention the names, it is public record. And the signatures are based on the number of registered voters at the time and set by the election code. And the initiative was received on May 18, 2021. The ballot summary and title was prepared by the city attorney and returned to the proponents on June 2nd, 2021, starting the 180-day timeline. On November 30th, 2021, the city clerk's office received a letter, I'm not going to mention the person's name, that the proponents did not receive enough signatures, which they need approximately 10% of the registered voters at that time. They were informed that they, didn't get at least 10% of the residents. And this committee, I commend them. They went door to door. They did give out flyers. They handed, because I've gotten photos of it. They social media promoted out there, set up tables. They walked door to door to gather all these signatures, and they could not receive at least 10% from the residents. But again, all this, we have half and half, but at this point, I mean, I just want the safety, and I'm focusing on the residents. So I just wanted to make that known and put that out there because.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Yes, and I was going to ask if the council's not against it, maybe Roxanne could post it on our city website banner, the link to the hearing that's coming up.
What I can do, I'm taking a look at the CDPH's website, and it has information on when the public hearing is scheduled, as well as, what is this? The notice of proposed rulemaking for the new local health department application.
Yeah, so
we
just
can
like
make that available.
Yeah, just like a temporary banner that goes up there, so when people go on the website, they could click on it and it takes them directly to whatever.
Yeah, we can link it to the CDPH's website.
Yeah. And then my last thing is unrelated. If I don't know if Will or Foster's here, if they could fix the camera, because I mean I love being on camera, but I want to be on there all day. But
They told me that camera broke. Yeah, they come tomorrow to fix it. So just want to give you. They're not trying to take you away from the.
No.
Yeah, no, the camera broke.
I don't want to be on.
Huh? Hey, everybody equal attention, okay, and everybody get yelled at the same time, okay. And otherwise, I want to, okay, if no answer, I want to move on, please. Okay, let's receive and file. We don't need to vote on this, right? It's just update. Thank you, Dr. Basil, and thank you so much for your hard work. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, and let's go to the next agenda with consent calendar number 3. This will be from our council member Gutierrez. Go ahead.
Yes. I don't know if the representative of the company's here.
What company?
Yes. Can we call him up?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Evening, Mayor.
Hi, great. Thank you for coming. I have some questions and potentially some concerns. Were you able to go out on our street today to look at the schedule? That I think today, Tuesday, you have some streets on Glendora Avenue and some other intersections that were supposed to be done today. Did you get a chance to look at or pass by those bus stops?
I think the instructor who actually does that was here earlier. He covered the schedule today, but he didn't tell me of any anomalies or anything that was today.
Yeah, so I had a chance to go out on the road with one of my fellow colleague here, Councilmember Cantos, and a lot of those bus stops were not done, and so it's concerning when it's not being done, and I'm a big supporter of our disability community. I have served on various commissions for the disability community. I have autism myself, but I want to make sure that the contract is being fulfilled and that we're getting the job done, because we do have residents who use public transportation, and unfortunately, a lot of those stops today were not done at all.
May I ask, if you can give me a list of which ones, and we can.
I think a couple of ones were on. I don't have the list on me, but we actually went down the list. Councilman Cantos maybe could.
Glendora Avenue, West Covina Parkway, Azusa Avenue. Okay. I think we went as far south as Amar, but we went on. What we literally did is looked at the contract and we looked at the schedule, and we drove around to just spot check, just to sort of see, and we. It was just described that it just was not looking good anywhere. I mean, we looked everywhere. We didn't even just spot check. Because we had the time, we went to every place that we could based on the schedule. And on top of that, we didn't even see anyone working. Maybe they were somewhere, but we went everywhere of where the schedule said, and we didn't see people. I don't know.
I know that the crew is pretty visible because of the fact is that they're in the middle of the flow of traffic. They do wear vests. They're neon green, and so therefore they actually are out there. I know that they actually go there on a daily basis whenever we have an issue that's kind of beyond our extent or what we're supposed to do, or what that needs immediate attention. We will definitely go and contact Mr. Mike Cresap and send photos and additional support so that the city residents can kind of be aware that it needs attention. But I will go and look into it.
Because I'm assuming you're pressure washing all the the whole structure of the bus stop and potentially even the floor area by the seating area. Yes. So a lot of those were dirty. Even the ones that I think are on a schedule for 2 times a week were dirty.
Mm-hmm. We'll definitely go and start looking at that. But I know that we're out there on a daily basis. I know that after they actually get power washed, we have our crew members go and dry them completely so that you don't leave any moisture or water residue, so that the residents can immediately go ahead and reuse those centers right away.
Do you know what time you roughly do those stops?
I can actually get you hours or the time frame but we usually probably are out there from like about 9:30 to about 2 in the afternoon.
Okay. So great.
Okay. Yeah. Other city council?
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
So it was 9 to 2. So we were out during those hours and we traveled the entire, he literally, Councilmember Gutierrez had in front of him the list, and we literally drove the route because everything that's listed on the 120, they're literally listed in geographic order. So he drove that. And so originally I was asking if he could snap pictures of it was, we had to stop, but what ended up happening was there's so many it wasn't, we thought, well, maybe if it was maybe 1 or 2 or whatever, but it was all of them or the majority of them. We stopped. We were really surprised, to be honest, I know
that we're out there on a daily basis, but I will go and look into it further because I know that we actually had our crew that actually was out there today. They were here, but given the time, they have to go out tomorrow morning, so they actually had to go and leave. But I will, if you need to, I can follow up with somebody by tomorrow morning and let you know what the update on that is.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I don't know if my colleague has any other questions, but is there a way that I don't know if
I have a question, but it's okay. I want you to finish.
I guess just in light of the conditions, first of all, just to state for the record, we really support a hiring of people with disabilities. It's a big thing that for me for 35 years. It's also important that they do quality work because it's important for our philosophy that it's not a matter of charity to hire people with disabilities. We hire our people because we say, look, we do good work. And so that was what I had to be honest. I'm surprised today of the results of ours, just looking around. So I'm wondering if the council would consider either our tabling the approval of this until this is looked into, or for postponing it to the next meeting, or doing a month-to-month contract until this is resolved, because I'm a little worried that if we just approve this now when these issues could be systemic, I don't want us to approve a contract of 3 years with a possible extension of 1 year to 5 years without these fundamental quality issues being addressed first.
Councilman, I will support you. I have the same concern like you. I think we all have the same concern, okay? And when we're driving around, we saw basically our bus stop is pretty filthy, okay? And the trash, okay, coming out, ooze out, okay? I don't know who is your job or, okay, and the Athens' job to pick up those trash.
We actually, our job is to kind of, when we go to the bus shelter, we have a 10-foot radius around the shelter. I know that there's a lot of
trash.
Again, trash. We we actually take it and dump it in the city yard.
And for example, Barranca, and bus shelter, okay, is horrible, and I never see it clean. Okay, so I agree with my council colleague. Okay, we want to hire, okay, you guys, okay, especially for the people, okay, challenge that we want to have a job. But at the same time, I agree with Councilman Kento that the accountability and responsibility is not the free money; it's the taxpayers' money. We hire you. We want to see the performance, and we want to see.
I agree with what you're saying, Councilman.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, so hold on. Councilman Kento, you want to move the motion to month to month or just table it?
I think that he has to say something.
Me too. Yeah, and I know, I know, but just let him go. Then we continue to discuss. So you want to move motion before we? I'm good still.
Are we currently in contract with them or not? Or when does it expire? There's Callie.
Good evening.
Go ahead.
We're in contract. The current contract ends at the end of the month.
The end of this month?
Right. So
So we can move to month,
yeah.
or we can table it. Okay, but maybe month to month, and we see how do you guys.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to do month to month, and then to bring this.
I think he moved.
Only if you want to make it.
You can second.
I'll second it to bring it back month to month.
Okay. So we have first and second, and then we need to continue to discuss. Okay,
and bring them back on the second meeting of July.
Yes.
When
Okay, and so we have a first and second to go to month. We just want to be accountable. Okay, if we hire you guys, we want to make sure our bus stop is presentable. Okay, and the power wash or this and that, and then you really need to hire those people to do the job.
Absolutely.
Okay, and the police. Okay, so anyway, and Councilwoman Diaz. Yes.
So my question to you is, what do you do when the bus stops are occupied?
We actually will go in, if there's residents, we ask them if we're going to be able to go and power wash. If they are a little bit resistive where they're not moving, then we will go and proceed to go onto the next bus shelter. We will then kind of come back around and wait until that bus shelter is actually vacant.
Okay, and Mayor Protem?
So I know I see that you do weekly cleaning, or is it just once a week?
It's once a week, and we actually have a route as to what we're actually doing Monday through Friday, and therefore it's actually done, again, on a daily basis. So each day has a certain set of shelters that we kind of go in.
So in regards to if there are those that are there and they refuse to leave, like, so that means that's not going to be taken care of.
Yes, one of the things we've actually have had is that when we actually have individuals who are transient or maybe use it as a stationary location where they have personal belongings, we will not remove or touch any of those items. We will then maybe go ahead and contact the city yard, and we have our contact, which is Mike Cressap, and we will send both photos and texts and phone calls to let him know as to what the situation is, and then he will kind of handle that. But again, we're not displacing anybody from the shelters. If anybody refuses to move, then we will kind of continue our route and then come back at a later time.
My concern is for the residents or those that use the bus stop that they're in conjunction with them while they're there, because I know some bus stops, it has a strong odor. I mean, it's unbearable, and it's not fair for the students or anybody that have to wait around there to. So that's one concern. And the second concern is some bus stops, the trash just overflows. I know I've had to report that in. I'm like, hey, it's filling to the floor. So I don't know. It does not say which areas are cleaned more often, because there are certain bus stops that are heavily used compared to other ones.
I'm sorry, not to cut you off, but one of the areas that we're really focused on are West Covina Parkway, which is the shelters right in front of the mall. Those are the ones we do frequently a bit more.
On the bus shelter, there's a bus shelter schedule. There's a handful of them that are bolded and italicized that are cleaned a couple of times a week. There are a handful that are cleaned 3, and a couple that are cleaned twice. Those busy areas, West Covina Parkway, California, and over at Eastland on Barranca.
What is city-owned and advertising?
The city-owned are shelters that the city owns. The advertised ones, we have a contract with Clear Channel. Those are the ones with the advertising panels, and those are owned by a different company. And so over the years, some of those have been highly trafficked and called in, and we've built them into this contract just to have an extra layer of cleaning.
So when those advertising gets like graffitied or etched in, or
that's handled by the Clear Channel company.
Okay.
Okay. I want to follow. Okay, and Mayor Protem, the advertisement I saw is a lot of insurance, this and that. The guy over there and with a phone number. Who get paid? City get paid, right?
City gets paid a percentage.
Percentage.
I think it's 10% of the.
We only get paid 10%.
I believe so, yes. And
it's our bus stop. Okay, we only get paid 10%. I think we negotiate to get a higher pay.
The company actually owns the shelters. They came in and installed the shelters.
They own it.
No,
a new one.
And then they maintain them.
They're all old.
Hold on. Who own we own the bus stop shelter, right? No?
Not the advertising ones, no.
No, I know we allow them to put over there, so then we need to charge them more because that is very visible.
Yeah, or they need to
every
put
time I
new
drive
bus
through, I see the
shelters, they're all
big
falling apart.
accident guy over there. I kind of say, "Whoa, this guy maybe making tons of money from us. We need to make sure we get a good percentage from the ad, because it's very visible. It's all in the intersection, and the people can see that." But anyway, we need to renegotiate. This is, you guys all agree, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we need to negotiate. 10% is too little. We need to at least, we should get paid 80%. Honestly.
Or they need to put new bus stops. Does our contract require new bus stops?
Speaking to pretty ugly. I really don't want to see their picture. I want to see my picture over there, not his pictures.
Well, to follow up on the mayor regarding the bus stop, because then we don't have consistency of the bus stop looks, because their bus stop's going to look different than the city-owned, correct?
They're the same. Similar hardware except for the panels.
Okay. Again, Kelly, we need to renegotiate with our percentage, maybe at least 50%. 80% maybe too high, but I think 50%. Let's see how we negotiate with them, because I'm not kidding. That's very visible. That costs a lot of money. Just like an LED sign put over there. Let's let people going through intersection all the time. So if we only get 10%, I think we get short-change.
Yeah.
I think we need to renegotiate, to get the better, use that money to clean the bus stop. We use that money to clean the bus stop, paying them while they use the taxpayers' money. So and another thing is, I just want to have a quiz. How many bus stops we have you cleaning, you service?
20.
So about 120. So we are, go ahead. Mayor Porton.
Sorry, one more question. On the numbers that I see on city-owned and advertising, there are, the locations have that, the number of locations, but it says 0. Is that because it's just the stand, not an actual bus stop? Or, what's a 0?
0 means there isn't a shelter, either in advertising or depending on which one you're.
So, for example, Cleaning Day Monday, number 12, eastbound West Covina Parkway at Fashion Plaza, city-owned, says 0, advertising 1. That's just.
So for that particular location, there's only a advertising one. There's only an advertising shelter. In some of those locations, you have multiple shelters. Maybe the city owns 2 and Clear Channel owns 1. So that's the distinction.
Okay.
Any other question? Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
So this is the bus stop agreement. We're only getting 10%. Is there anything in the contract that requires them to put new bus stops after a couple of years, or they just keep freeloading off us?
That's something we could probably negotiate. I think if we got out of the contract altogether, we would be able to.
Yeah, I would assume that we'll have immaculate bus stops.
Remove the hardware. I think we do have a project that is in our CIP list currently to replace bus shelters throughout the city. I think TransTech had reached out to Clear Channel to explore getting consistent hardware if we come.
Yeah, is TransTech responsible for the negotiation then, or?
I don't know. I think that.
No, I think it's our job.
And if TransTech's reaching out to Clear Channel, I would say that TransTech should negotiate a better deal or better bus stops.
No, I think this is our job.
But I would assume that it's our city job, so I don't know why TransTech's contacting Clear Channel. But yeah.
It's not TransTech job. It's our job. It's our money, and we negotiate. So it's our job. I don't want TransTech negotiate with us because they are not city. We want the city staff to try to fight for the best for the city. I still think about 50% too little. Yeah. We should have more. Maybe I want to insist 80%. Otherwise no ad. Cleaner. Yeah. I don't want to either give us more money, otherwise no ad.
Or give us new bus stops.
And Mayor, they have 32 advertising bus stops.
See, can you believe it?
Locations.
They look ugly. Mm-hmm. And that guy look ugly too. So I don't want this guy to. So we need to basically either they pay us more money, or
they put immaculate new bus stops.
Yeah, put nice, beautiful, clean look.
Yeah, with a city logo on there.
Clean the bus stop. Okay, so we have first and second. Okay, we're not trying to give you a problem. We just want a clean bus stop. And we really don't like the ad. We should be a clean. Okay, if we only get 10%, it's not even worth the money.
Yeah,
it just looks. It's like a pollution of the eye. Okay, so
yes.
So anyway, we have first and second. Roll call, please.
Yes, I have a motion by Councilman Contos, a second by Councilmember Gutierrez to approve consent calendar item number 3, titled consideration of agreement for bus shelter cleaning services, and the recommendation is to move the contract to a month-to-month and bring this item back at the second meeting in July. Councilman Contos?
Hold on. I want to add on the ad, okay, we negotiate by our acting city manager.
That's separate.
Yes.
That's additional direction.
Yes, I want to add on. Okay, so to either pay us more money, we can satisfy by approved by council, or no ad.
Yeah.
Look.
Bring us back a proposal that either increases our percentage or proposes fully paid bus stops that integrates the city logo and makes our city look nice.
Yeah, maybe city logo is better.
Yeah. So the motion
or community event.
Yes, yeah.
Mayor, the motion is to go month to month. That's the underlying motion, and now this is just direction to have the city manager negotiate.
Right. Okay. Roll call, please.
Councilman Contos?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez Viado?
Aye.
Mayor Wu?
Aye. Do I need to make another motion for the negotiation for ad? No need, right? We added. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
When do you want it back, Mayor?
I think in 1 month.
Second meeting, right? Second meeting of July.
1 month is enough for you to clean, or you need 2 months. How many? 1 month is okay?
I'm talking about the bus stop negotiation.
Okay, at the second meeting of July, I see you then.
Yeah.
I will bring you back. Okay, thank you. And make sure we're driving around, see it nice.
We'll get on.
Okay, appreciate. Then numbers.
One more thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, fast. And then just to clarify, I think Roxanne told me that Athens is responsible for our trash at our bus stops.
Athens takes out the trash, so they will take out the trash in the cans, and that was confirmed today. I did speak with Athens as well about that.
That's
so
in our contract with them?
That is a service that they provide, yes. I believe it was quoted as the original 1992 agreement.
You seen it too? Yeah. Okay. So maybe you could tell them that our trash is overflowing.
Yeah, and we'll take a look at the frequency too.
We're going to work with the contract anyway. Okay, and we okay? Well, I'm going to move on. Okay.
Just one more thing. In regards to the bus stop, I'd like to find out how many bus stops are just not being cleaned because there's people that are there who refuse to move. Because if that's, then we have another problem because of,
agree.
Just multiple things. So if that's also not adhering to this contract if they're cleaning X amount of bus stops, but because of each and every bus stop has.
I want to give direction to the acting city manager to have a public work or somebody or a public safety department to have somebody to look into all the bus stop, how they look like. Otherwise, we cannot go to check.
With the contractor. With the vendor should be able to relay the message on us. Like,
I think we need
this amount.
We need a contract supervisor. We have a supervisor, but never monitor the contract.
And that's
we need to have somebody to monitor all these 120 bus stop, and the next 1 month later tell us how it look like. And then we need to, from our staff, to tell us how it look like. Yeah. We cannot drive in 120. Okay, so we need staff to do it.
Yeah. And then,
Make sense?
Yeah. And then since we're talking about this right now, I think also, our sidewalks and our middle islands and many parts of our city in multiple of our districts are looking filthy. They're looking overgrown weeds in our sidewalks. That's not acceptable. Brightview and what's the other company called? Merchants needs to be held accountable, or
our city staff,
or we should hold them accountable legally. So
this is not a new issue, but I think acting city manager, I think you heard a lot of our 5 city council complaining about what you mentioned above is basically is not presentable, not West Covina. We want a clean sidewalk. We want the tree well with be no jungle. And right now it look pretty bad.
Yes, I understand the concerns and I understand the direction from council. And I believe this was another may I at the last council meeting.
Correct.
This is currently being addressed and I will
Okay.
report back.
Thank you. Let's move on. Number 6, and Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you, Mayor. Do we have someone that's going to talk about this, or should I just address this?
What was your question?
Someone going to be presenting it? Oh,
Yeah.
hi.
Robert.
Robert Ortega, our CIP manager, is here to present and answer any questions.
Okay. Okay, so I was reviewing this and I came across one of the issues. Well, I noticed that there was a lot of updating, or the designs include a lot of crosswalks that were going to be repainted, or and putting up some stop signs. But one of the things I noticed is that there wasn't something that I have been addressing to our previous city manager, and that is we used to have the crosswalks in front of the schools that had flashing lights and flashing street lights in yellow, and they removed them. And I wanted to know if maybe this could be part of this plan, if they could include that. We have 3 major schools that kids and pedestrians, even when you're walking, it's a safety issue. They are walking on Merced, like Edgewood, Merced Elementary. They're walking across on Merced. That's a busy street. And also the other school that comes to mind is Mesa Elementary, another school that has a busy street, which is Barranca. So I want to know if we can add that to this design.
Got it. Yeah, that's something, and we invited Kimberly Horn, they're here in the audience. That's something that we can explore and look into in the design. I'm sure it's something we can incorporate. But yes, I can get the answers that you're looking for and report back to acting city manager.
Yeah, especially if we're getting grants for this, and it's a safety issue. So that's something that I really want addressed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
You're done? Yeah. Okay, and yep, okay.
Yeah.
Also,
Maybe Transec knows the answer to that. You guys know? I think they know. and just to piggyback off what Councilwoman Diaz said, I think Councilwoman Diaz mentioned it before. I think I mentioned it before, and it's about making sure we're integrating the newer technology on these locations, and if that's integrating the crosswalk lights that go on the floor, the more higher tech school crossing signs that illuminate brighter and stronger to the vehicle, I think that's essential to prevent crashes and deaths and hits, our kids being hit in our streets. So.
Understood, and we will incorporate it through our design team where we can. As was noted, this is grant funding. We want to take advantage of that opportunity to do everything that we can to improve the safety, and as long as it's within the scope of the grant program, we will absolutely include it.
And really, if we can extend it not just to the crosswalks in front of the schools, but we have a lot of busy intersections that just have the flashing stop signs. But if we had the crosswalks that were lit up as well, the way they do in, where's that area? By the beach. I know we're not a beach city, but maybe we can see how much it costs. If we can get some grants, that'll be great.
The only caution I would share with council, and it's an excellent idea, so fully appreciate the thought. There's the maintenance side. So we just need to consider.
We need to consider that.
We have grant funding for the upfront capital costs. It's the long-term maintenance costs. So as long as
if it's a safety issue, then we can probably work on getting grants.
Yeah,
right?
and I know Public Works has sometimes voiced their opinion about not integrating that technology because it does require maintenance, but at the same time, we've been elected to protect our community and make our streets safer. So when we recommend something, it's because we have the interests of our residents at heart. So thank you.
Okay, and do we have a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, roll call, please. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, roll call, please.
Thank you. I have a motion by Councilwoman Diaz and a second by Councilmember
Gutierrez to approve consent calendar item number 6, consideration of an agreement with Kimley Horn and Associates, Inc. for preliminary engineering phase services for safe routes to school and pedestrian safety project. Councilman Contos?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez Viado?
Aye.
Mayor Wu?
Aye, and approves 5-0. And we move into item number 10. Brian Gutierrez, please.
Yes. Is West Coast Arborist here?
The whole horror.
Evening, Mayor.
Hi.
Hi. Yeah, I have a couple of questions for you. The first question is, what percentage level are you cutting our city trees at right now? When it comes to the trim level?
We do it to ISA standards, which is calls for no more than 30%.
30%. And why is that?
That's for the general health and overall quality of the tree.
And just so I understand the tree business, usually when you call an arborist to come out kind of commercial location or even residential zones, sometimes they'll even cut it to 90%. They'll fully trim it bald. It's sometimes, I think sometimes they'll even cut it to, most recently you guys were able to do, a few months back, you guys were able to do Orangewood Park, and I think you did, I believe potentially you did about 60% or 70%. Do you recall? 60%, I believe.
I would have to check with the area manager and the staff that.
Yeah. So I think potentially it was about 60 to 70%, and those trees are more healthier today. They're more beautiful today, and so my concern is that if we're paying you a full rate, does it cost us more for you to cut our trees at 60% rate?
Typically, yes, and because obviously if you're taking more out, it's more work. I think I don't want to disrespect your opinion or anything like that, but I think if you read on the literature, when you trim them really hard, you're correct. When they come back really bushy and green and they look full. But as far as the new growth that comes out, it's not healthy at the attachment. It's weak attachment. That's where you get more of the potential of limb failure, the new growth that comes out, and it requires more frequent pruning. Now, that being said, if that's what the city wants to do, I'm all for that. But what we're trying to do is do a good quality trim that will last as long as possible, so you're not trimming it more frequently and spending more money on it.
Well, it seems like we're potentially spending more money because you're cutting at potentially 30% or 20%. And sometimes I'll get pictures from residents that show potentially 10% is cutting a bush down. But and I think you're charging us the whole fee, and that's a concern to me and our residents. And another thing is that when you have to remove a dead tree, do you just take out the tree and leave the hole open so someone could fall in, or do you cover it up, or
No.
You're responsible to seal it too, or
absolutely.
So you are responsible to seal it.
Yes. So what we do is we do the complete tree and stump removal. We grind, and our policy is when we backfill, we leave a little hump. And the reason for it is because for the settlement, if we leave it level, then when it settles, now you have an indentation and a possible trip hazard. So what we do is we leave it with a slight hump. So over a period of 6 months, that settles, and then you have a level.
Yeah. So I would assume sometimes we have some beautiful trees off our main streets, I don't know if it's on, let's see, where is it at? West Covina Parkway or by the Sportsplex. We have trees that have even sometimes crates over the tree, make it look really beautiful. And I'm assuming that if you're taking out a whole tree, that you're also filling that up. You're not letting our residents walk right into the hole, right?
No. There's so much liability that would be on us if that happened.
So you are responsible to fill that hole.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. That's all my questions.
Yeah. Okay, Mayor Proton.
To follow up Councilman Gutierrez' an example of the tree with the grate that's there, obviously the grate's a little higher. How would you, when you remove that tree, what do you do exactly?
So we remove the tree, and then to remove the stump and the roots, we have stump grinders. So what it is, it's a big hydraulic wheel with cutting teeth, and I don't know if you've seen like an asphalt grinder, something like that. It's about a 3-foot wheel, and it alternates back and forth. And as you're cutting it, you're going down deeper and deeper until the roots are completely gone. What that does is it just creates a big pile of debris that's mixed with wood chip and dirt. We use that to go ahead and backfill, and then that's what fills.
So those
the hole.
tree wells that have those grates, do you actually remove the grate itself and take care of that?
Yes, if they are removable, we do. Then we also work with city staff when we run into the challenges like that where there's tree grates and obviously for us to get the stump out, we have to remove the tree grate. So we'll sometimes, if they're not removable, we'll work with city staff to where they arrange where they remove them before we come out and grind, and then they replace them.
Okay, they replace it. And you don't replace the trees that once removed on certain city areas?
At city's request, if they want the tree replaced, absolutely. We will grind, replant, and then put the grate back in. But that's at city request if they want to replace the tree or not.
And does city request to replace those?
Usually when it's in a setting with a tree grate in a downtown area that, they want to replace the tree, most likely they will be replaced. But sometimes in like redevelopment projects to where they want to do away with the grates and then just fill those in with concrete, it's entirely up to the city on what their plan is, and we follow those directions.
That's free? That's free? That's those trees.
Brian, please.
Yeah, I was asking the council.
Finish.
Free?
That's part of the contract regarding replacing the trees?
Yes, at city's request.
So shouldn't it be default? Because I know when you work with city, you work with different city staff, or which city staff do you normally work with?
Well, right now we're working with Raul Alvarado. Okay. He orders all the work to be done. He gives us direction on what's to be removed, what's to be trimmed, what's to be replaced.
I personally would like to request that once trees are removed without having to wait to a city staff, because it depends on which city staff speaks to you or however that may be, that it should automatically be replaced. Once it's removed, should be replaced, unless city staff tells you no. That's something that I'd like to see moving forward, not
that's a policy that we want to put in place, and absolutely any tree that we remove, we'll plant another one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and Councilman Oli Kanto.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if there is a tree that's removed and there's a hole, and at least under current policy, the city needs to request it, is there a certain time within which the hole is filled in, or what is the standard practice?
The hole is filled in immediately after we remove the tree.
But it's only done after the city requests that tree to be replaced. At least that's how it is currently.
As far as the replacement, yes, there's a species of trees that need to be chosen. City staff has to let us know timing on when. If the policy states that at the time of removal we want it replaced immediately, then we can provide the planting crew to come right behind the removal crew and replace the tree the very day that we remove it. It's if that's what city staff directs us to do.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, do we have an RFP going on right now? Yes. So when the RFP will be over?
It's currently in review with our city attorney's office. It'll be published hopefully within the next week or so, and we'll circle back to the council.
Okay, city manager, you want to say something? I'm sorry.
Yes, if I may. Mylene is correct that it was with the city attorney's office. That has been bounced back for staff to finalize the comments made by the city attorney's office, and that was provided yesterday.
So basically, RFP sent out, and we received some bid already.
No, it still needs to be posted. So the comments were
not even out yet.
Oh my God.
It's taking forever. I think
staff received the RFP back from the city attorney's office yesterday.
Why so slow, attorney?
Tom. Tom's on the spotlight again.
I talked to the acting city manager about this. It just took a while.
So we are going to send out. Okay, since we're going to send IFP, so you because contracts are up, that we have to do the IFP. However, you understand it's typical of the business like this, and then you can bid on, and hopefully you give us a good price. And so we have do I have a motion for month to month?
I'll make a motion, but I would like to see a increase in the percentage of your trimming our trees to at least 60%.
Councilmember Gutierrez, I think we discussed this the last time I was here, and I'm more than happy at the direction of staff. If he wants a little bit more taken out, we'll accommodate that. It's not strict 30%. That's what ISA recommends. But of course, I'm going to work with city staff and council. If you're you're happier with, a little 40 or 50%, we can push it.
Councilmember, this is about the contract month to month.
Yeah.
About each tree differently, some 30%, some maybe 60%. Let the public work director or supervisor to decide each one case by case. So, but this is about month to month because right now we contracts up and we have RFP.
Yeah.
Hopefully they send out ASAP. But currently, we just want to give them continued services months and months, and then that is what this is about.
Yeah, perfect. And then when is the RFP going to be posted?
Tom, you're smiling.
I'm always smiling.
No, sometimes you're crying.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
When is the RFP going to be posted?
We can get it up this week. Staff is working on it.
This week? Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve month to month for now.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
I have a motion by Councilmember Gutierrez, a second by Councilmember Contos to approve consent calendar item number 10, consideration of Sixth Amendment to Maintenance Services Agreement with West Coast Arborists. Councilman Contos?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez Viado?
Aye.
Mayor Wu?
Aye, motion approved 5-0. Thank you so much. Okay, have a good night. Appreciate it.
And if I could just say one thing, and since you committed to, I think our council members will probably have a list of locations that trees were taken out, and you could plant the new trees in accordance to the contract. Great.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, and now we're going to item number 11. Okay, report. This is a public hearing. Now I'm going to go back to my script.
Sorry, in reference to that.
Go ahead.
Just because, like in my district, I've had residents they had their trees removed, and I was told that that they can't be replaced. So if they can check my previous email and those residents, I believe I might have 3 that was heartbroken that their tree was removed, and they've been wanting it replaced. If we can replace those trees in front of the city.
Yeah, give the address. We have the West Coast to replant the tree. Thank you. Okay, and please have information sent to the city, and we can take care for that. Okay, we go to item 11, City of West Covina job vacancy and the recruitment and retaining effort. Okay, report adoption, and here to be AB 2561. City Attorney, you talking? You want to share with us what you're talking about? No?
Dun.
No, let's go to the matter set for public hearing is report on the City of West Covina job vacancy and the recruitment and the retention effort. The city clerk verified notice has been given.
Notice was given.
Oh, thank you so much. And let's go to, at this time, I shall open the public hearing on job vacancy and recruitment and retaining effort. There will be set be a presentation of the state report. Then we shall hear comment from the public. Okay, Acting City Manager, who will present this state report?
Mr. Mayor, Acting Human Resources Director Carmelita Underwood will be presenting tonight.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Council. Mayor Wu, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, staff, and public. I will be presenting on AB 2561, public hearing on council vacancies and recruitment and effort retention. On September 22, 2024, Governor Newsom signed AB 2561 into law to amend the Myers-Miley-Brown Act. And effective January 1st, 2025, Assembly Bill 2561 modified the Myers-Brown Act to update California Government Code Section 3502.3. This modification introduced new requirements for public agencies to annually report vacant position recruitments and retention efforts. The city is required to present the status of vacancies in recruitment and retention efforts during a public hearing before the city council at least once per fiscal year. And this presentation must be done prior to the adoption of the city final budget. This section also requires the city to identify any necessary changes to any policies, procedures, and recruitment activity that may lead to obstacles in the hiring process. The bargaining unit is allowed to make their presentations at this hearing. If a vacancy within a single bargaining unit meets or exceeds over 20% of the authorized full-time positions of that bargaining unit, the city must provide additional information regarding the vacancies and requirements upon request of the bargaining unit. For the citywide staffing levels adopted in fiscal year 2010, it kind of trickled just a little bit, but over the last 3 fiscal years, it remained consistent with 316 full-time employees. Once again, the requirement for the presentation is a public hearing at least once a year prior to the fiscal adopting the annual budget, and the required information that needs to be presented to council and to public is status of the vacancies, recruitment and retention efforts, and identifying any necessary changes that may lead to an obstacle in the hiring process. Also must be allowed is the recognized employee organizations for a bargaining unit to make a presentation at the hearing. Each hiring department coordinates with finance regarding the budget full-time employee. Job descriptions are reviewed and updated as needed prior to the opening of the position or the recruitment. After the job descriptions is finalized, the position is posted and published on major boards. An online tracking system is used to ensure that all candidates are systematically reviewed, and HR pre-screen all applications and candidates while working with the hiring departments to create a screen and interview plan. After candidates are interviewed, the hiring manager selects a candidate for the position, and an offer letter is created and signed by the finance director. For vacancy overall, fiscal year 24-25, the city authorized 316 full-time employees, and fiscal year 25-26 budget proposed 316 full-time employees with the reclassification. The city overall vacancy rate as of June 2nd, 2025 is 10.79%, and the vacancies are 34% citywide as of June 2nd, 2025. We have 9 vacancies by the bargaining groups. We have 9 bargaining groups, and at the current time, only one of those bargaining groups met the 25% vacancy rate, which was the general bargaining group, which had 22 full-time employees budgeted and 6 vacancies, giving that vacancy rate of 27.27%. So within that bargaining group of the general, the vacancies that occurred for the full-time budget, the positions were the Code Enforcement Officer 1 had 1 vacancy, Fire Protection Specialist had 1 vacancy, and the Fleet Service Coordinator had 1 vacancy, and the Police Officer Recruit had 3, giving it a total of 6 vacancies, which put it over the 20% vacancy rate. I would like to talk about a couple of departments within the bargaining groups. City Manager Office vacancies. We have the City Manager's Office, which had 3 vacancies, but currently the City Manager is filled at an acting capacity. Economic Development Coordinator was 1 vacancy, and Economic Development Housing Manager was 1 vacancy, and that position is currently filled in an acting capacity. The City Manager vacancy occurred in May of 2025, and the Economic Housing Manager vacancy occurred December 2024. So right now, recruitment is pending review prior to opening any recruitments for those positions. For the Finance and Human Resources departments, for Finance, there was 2 vacancies, Accountant 1 and the Finance Director 1. The recruitment is pending final decision for the Finance Director, and that vacancy was vacant since February of 2025. The Accountant 1 is pending prior review and opening up a recruitment for that accountant position, and that vacancy was since January of 2025. For our Human Resources, and the Finance Director is filled at an acting capacity as well. For our Human Resources Director, this is a new position programmed in fiscal year 2024-25, and the recruitment is currently in a candidate review and interview stage. For our police department, we have 15 vacancies. There was a retirement in December 24 for the communication manager, which left the 1 vacancy, and there is an active recruitment for that position. The jailer positions there was a recent resignation placed, and the police department is working for the recruitment strategies. Our police officer and recruit have 8 vacancies. However, there has been 6 new officers and recruits that started on June 9th. The additional vacancies are also posted as job opportunities. For our police specialist, record specialist, that's an active recruitment due to internal promotion. For our public safety dispatch position, there's 3 vacancies and there is an active recruitment to fill those positions. Excuse me, I skipped a slide. I want to go back to the fire department. For our fire department, the fire chief, there's 7 vacancies, and the fire chief is one of them, but that's filled at an acting capacity, and that's been vacant since November 2024. For the fire engineer, there's a recent resignation in April 2025, and the department is preparing the request for the recruitment for finance to initiate that process. Recruitment is pending for the fire protective specialist and the firefighter paramedic. However, there is 2 part-time fire protection specialists filling the full-time position while the recruitment is underway. And for the management analyst, we're proposing to reclass that to the deputy fire marshal in fiscal year 25-26. I've already talked about the police department. And for our public works, we have 5 vacancies. We have our public works director that is currently being underfilled with a part-time deputy director. And then we have 4 additional positions that each have 1 vacancy, which is the equipment operator, fleet service coordinator, maintenance worker 3, and the street maintenance supervisors. And those recruitments are pending review prior to opening recruitments. Lastly, the recruitment and retention challenge efforts. The challenges is maintaining competitive compensation packages for all bargaining groups, not offering remote or hybrid positions in the general policy. And some of the things that we are doing to retain the retention effort is opportunities for annual merit increase, promoting positive workplace, developing an internship program, and partnering with local education institutes, enhancing employees' onboarding experience, and encouraging professional development, exploring new advertising methods and enhancing social media presence, and continue to enhance the city branding as an employer of choice. And that concludes the presentation for the recruitment and retention effort.
Thank you so much. Great report. Okay, and before we are going to open the public hearing, do we have any question? Yeah, go ahead. Council Member Gutierrez.
Yes. When do we plan on doing a job posting for fire chief? Do we have any update on that?
There has been talks when we were going to plan, so it's between the fire chief and the acting finance director, as well as it should be with the new acting city manager. So those talks I have not been privy to, but they will be moving forward.
Okay, so we could post now the fire chief position?
We can.
Yeah, okay. So maybe, and then who will be responsible for that search? The acting city manager?
The acting city manager will be the one who will be responsible with the help of the finance department as well as human resources.
Okay, great. And And then for Public Works, for these openings in Public Works, I don't see any additional electrician. So I don't know if we should look at. Does any of these positions entail like hiring more electricians for our city?
So I think one of the key takeaways from this report is the point in time of the report. So the numbers and statistics are accurate as of the date of the report. Since that time, obviously, in various departments, people have been hired, people have gone out injured, and actually people have retired. So the city is continually evaluating our positions and a needs assessment.
Great. And then for police officers, for entry-level police officers, I see there's 5. Does that not include the current ones that are in the academy currently?
So that number includes, again, at a point in time on June 2nd, those were, or the day of the report, that is an accurate number. I know since then we've sworn in some officers, including as of today.
Acting City Manager, okay, I want to add on. Council member Gutierrez was asking about the electrician. I think we already have UEI electrician. Already applied, but I don't know what's going on. It's like it take forever. So maybe acting city manager can tell us how soon we can. If people apply, we don't want to miss the opportunity, especially people already trained. Okay, and then they want to join our workforce. Why we delay this and that?
As Ms. Underwood stated, part of the challenges and efforts is we have reactivated an internship program, which was dormant for a while. So not only within the Public Works Department, but all departments, at the request of council, we are onboarding interns in the various departments.
Yeah, my understanding, UEI graduate electrician, he has a diploma and a credential possible. I think it's already applied based on my understanding. Okay, because I went to UEI to do the commencement speech, and then they right away come to apply. They all graduate. So hopefully we can give them a chance. And
those will be perfect kids to hire on a part-time basis to get a lot of the lay work for electrician work that we need done in the city. So maybe you could maybe use the city manager authority that you have to hire some of these kids part-time to finish a lot of our parks, a lot of our underpasses that still need LED lights. So
agree.
And if I may,
go ahead.
If I may, once again, this is for this fiscal year. This doesn't include any positions for the new fiscal year that is coming.
Got it. Yeah. Thank you so much. It's great. But we just don't want to miss any opportunity, especially for our youngsters. They want to work for us, and they already trained from the UEI college, and then their passion to serve us. Why not give them a chance? That's the only thing. And especially, and council member Gutierrez talk about electrician, and that is a special skill, and then they need to be trained to, and then need to get experience. So hopefully, we can recruit them to work for us. Yeah, go ahead. You want to continue, or are you done?
Yeah. I'll just say, if we could hire them maybe potentially as part-time basis, as a mentorship program, and they could be mentored, but also be able to be paid part-time and get a lot of the work that still needs to get done in our city. And in regards to, I would just like to know, maybe at the next meeting, which police positions still remain open that have not been recruited for, and I think, which police positions still need to be filled, and if there's been any obstacles in getting applicants for that, so we could be aware as a council and see what steps we need to take to increase the promotion or incentive to apply. So.
Okay, thank you. And any other city council?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And Councilman Oli Cantos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Regarding the internship program, can we ask that staff look at different county workforce development programs that already also pay some amount to students for interning, so that way that can sort of help with our recruitment efforts while minimizing impact on our budget and yet giving them an opportunity to work for us?
I just want to follow up. Okay, we already approved the CT higher internship with minimum wage pay. So it's not a no pay internship. Mm-hmm. Okay, because not all the family or kid can afford it non-pay and work for free. Mm-hmm. So we already approved a couple years ago. okay, minimum wage, okay, just $18 or something, what the county requirement for city to pay the minimum wage we have to pay.
Oh, I understand, but I'm saying that some internship programs where they come with money, where there are programs that they're a part of where they actually themselves can be paid by the county for the internship.
Yeah.
Then we could then have them come aboard on a trial basis potentially as interns, and then maybe supplement it with our paying them. But it would actually enable us to get more hours out of them for minimal cost, because we would piggyback off of existing county and state programs.
Good. Okay, Acting City Manager, want to add on?
Yeah, I understand the direction, and I will facilitate that. And I have worked with those programs before, Councilman Contos. We'll explore those. I'll work with our Human Resources Department to implement and increase our internship program throughout the city.
And also, I just want to share with you, Cal Poly faculty deemed, okay, and they already contact me, and they want to have a meeting with city to bring their Cal Poly student to be internship to our city. So we are going to collaborate with Cal Poly, very close by, only 5 minutes away. So we're going to join venture together. So just want to share with you. Okay, Ollie?
Yes.
Okay, any other city council want to add on? No? Okay, do I have a motion? Okay, no, hold on, I will go to the... Sorry, we go to open up the public comment. Do I have, right?
Yes.
Do I have any people want to speak to address about this issue?
Yes, Mayor, I have one speaker, Doug Ford.
Hey guys, I just want to talk about two things. As I've expressed before, there is a clear concern about transparency. On this report right now, page number 10, it is my belief that something on that is not true. The Human Resources Director, it's a very important position. And last Monday, an email was sent by Ms. Underwood to the applicants saying that, and I have the email here, saying that the position is not going to be moved forward right now, and that it will be reposted, and it would be reposted, and that everybody could reapply again. I don't understand why that was sent out and done. If it was because people didn't qualify, then you wouldn't be asking them to apply again for it. So was it that someone didn't get their name in and they're reopening it now? It just doesn't make sense. It's saying that it's in the recruitment process right now and the interview process. I find that hard to believe since this email was dated June 9th. So how many other positions has this happened to? And why did it happen to that position? It says that in the email, it says that the city has decided that. Who decided to close out that and reopen it? Secondly, regarding the transparency of hiring the city manager. Mylan, thank you for your comments tonight. You did a great job, and I am not saying you are not the city manager or who we might need here. So this has nothing on you, but we need the best person for this job. Is this getting, are we posting this job? The last appointment was a 5-0 vote. Mr. Gutierrez was not here yet, but then a year later, she was dismissed by Gutierrez, Wu, and Lopez Riado, and to remove Paulina. So maybe this time when we're getting a city manager, we could have a community citizens, feedback, or maybe we could have a committee that has citizens on it to, interview the new city manager. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And any other speaker?
No, Mayor. It would be.
That's okay. Come on. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just real quick.
Yeah.
I promise. Of the 316 city employees, does that include consultants and contract employees, or is that strictly straight employees with fringe benefits and what have you. Just a quick question. Thank you.
Good question. Okay, and so any other speaker is none. I'm going to close public speaking. Okay, comment. Okay, so we close public comment, and then we go to the council to comment. Maybe acting city manager want to answer these two questions.
Absolutely. I'll start with Doug's question on the human resources director position. When I came aboard in the acting role, I inherited a recruitment process that was pretty much stale. People had applied almost 6 months ago and gone through the interview process and were on hold. Not knowing if those people were even still interested in the job. Direction was to start the process over, so I had it from inception to the person being hired and was actually involved in the interview process, because that's going to be part of my executive management team, and I want to make sure that I choose and hire the best person for the job. So I would have been inheriting a recruitment interview, first interviews, second interviews from people that are no longer with the city, and I have nothing even to reference back to. So to answer your question, when it's going to be posted, it's going to be posted again tomorrow. And it'll be on the website. We'll be accepting applications again. The people that had previously applied, I encourage all of them to apply again. Again, the process was restarted because it was stale, and I wanted to be in it from inception to the actual hiring of the person, to make sure we have the right person for the position.
Okay, next question.
The second part is the FTEs that the 300 and some that Carmelita mentioned. Those are city employees, excluding any consultants, contracts, hired help, or anything else. Those are actually city employees, full-time equivalent city employees.
Thank you. So basically a full-time with benefit.
That's correct.
So like outsourcing, like a Transtech, their staff doesn't include it in that.
Does not include them.
And the consultant, temporary doesn't include it. Thank you. I'm curious about, the resident talk about the email that I never, where they're coming from. I didn't never see the email. I didn't receive the email.
Carmelita, I'll let you comment on the email that's sent out through NeoGov.
So we're HR is responsible for updating the candidates for in the process of the recruitment. So we sent out an email before June 12th indicating that those who are still interested can reapply, and it will be reran. So it was open. The actual position is open as of June 12th. So that's where the email came. We send that out through the system of NeoGov, just informing them, and we update them per year.
Got it. So send to the public.
To the public, correct.
Got it. Okay.
So
So that's why we didn't get a CC.
applicant who applied. So whoever was the candidate or applicant that applied, they will receive that email.
Okay. Thank you so much for your explanation. Okay. Any other city council you want to? Okay. Brian Gutierrez, go ahead.
Yeah, and then since we're talking about jobs, maybe I can also mention, I think there were some questions regarding the posting of I think most recently, I think the city posted some for the audit committee. And so I was just wondering if Lisa could explain the city code and the requirement to ask, I think, in regards to the process on why you had to post the position again, and in regards, or maybe that's Tom, the reason why under the code, why you have to post a position every 2 years or something?
Yes, the terms have expired.
And then they can reapply it again.
They can reapply. I have sent an email to those whose terms have expired for them to reapply. And then the job, the posting had an issue with the apply button that has been fixed, and we have encouraged the audit committee members to reapply.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
And the follow through, Council Member Gutierrez, I think he appointed HR, Eddie. Okay, is that been approved? It's been approved, right? Mm-hmm. So we already approved it, right? Yes.
Yes.
So, yeah, he sent me the email. He just a question. Would you please notify he already?
I'll reach out to him again, Mayor.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, any other council member, any question? Do we need to approve this?
No, but we do need to close the public hearing.
Okay, it's already closed. Public hearing, so, okay. So, and acting city manager, you have?
Yeah, I didn't answer one part of the question, and I wanted to address Doug and the community that I agree that the city deserves to hire the best person for the job. I'm not married to this position. I've stepped in an acting role to facilitate and move things forward, and I'll serve that role as long as I'm here. But I agree that the city should search and find the best person for the job, whether it be somebody in-house or outside. I believe fully in the transparency, and I preach that at the meetings and the places I've spoke. So trust me, I want to see for all positions, whether it be a executive management or an entry-level position. The city deserves the best quality employees to serve this community.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, fill it up. Okay, let's get all our staff, okay, and all the director, so we have all the link and mean force to serve our city. So I'm going to close this hearing. And otherwise, do we need to do a motion to or anything? No?
No.
So we're done, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Then we move to the last item, the item number 13. Okay, and consideration of fiscal years of 2025-2026 operation and capital improvement program budget. Okay, go ahead. Who's going to present this? Acting.
So I have our acting assistant city manager, Patricia Messino, here. Finance director.
We don't want so many acting. We want.
I'm already assigning people new titles.
Okay, you're going to get promoted. Okay.
I'll turn it over to you.
Oh, no, Maria Larissa.
You went to vacation.
Yeah, Maria Larissa is going to be mad watching from online.
She's being replaced. Okay, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Hi.
Microphone.
Mike.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, we got
Good
it.
evening, Mayor Wu, council members. So I am the acting finance director currently. Assistant finance director. See, I'm getting confused. It's too late already. Sorry. So let's go through this.
Patricia, let me hop in here. I fell off.
Maybe you should do an introduction.
Yeah. So, summary. First of all, I will start with a summary. Mayor Wu and members of the City Council, on May 21st, I stepped into the role of acting city manager. On my first day, I immediately began working with our finance department, led by acting finance director Maria Luisa Oleo and her exceptional team on the city budget. And I'd like to personally thank them for their hard work and dedication to the process. We began day one with a proposed budget that showed a projected deficit coupled with minimal community input. We subsequently arranged 3 budget workshop meetings, one at City Hall, one at Shadow Park, and one at Palmview Park. I'd also like to take a moment and thank members of the community for attending and sharing their ideas and concerns regarding the budget. While we may not have been able to incorporate everything into this year's budget, I want the community to know that they have been heard, and I look forward to working with our community on what I believe will be a more productive and interactive process with an emphasis on transparency and accountability moving forward. Mayor Wu and members of the City Council, tonight I'm very excited to present a balanced budget that incorporates the community's input as well as the goals of the City Council, including increased public safety, hillside mitigation and fire prevention, graffiti abatement and prevention, and filling all vacant executive management positions. Acting Assistant Finance Director Patricia Messino and I are more than happy any questions that you may have.
Yeah, okay, thank you so much. Okay, and City Council member, anybody have a question or comment? Okay, and Oli, you want to go first? No? You happy with the budget?
Yes.
Oh, I'm very happy with you. Okay. Okay. Oh, Brian again. Oh, can I believe it? Okay, go ahead, Brian.
Yes, I just wanted to commend staff and thank Mylan for his hard work and working with staff to get this budget done. You know, there's such great things that are coming out from this budget. You know, the council has spoken and action has been done. And, you know, we have, like Mylan stated, we now have, I believe, $1.5 million in going into the hillside mitigation and fire prevention for all the hillside that includes Gallister Park to prevent wildfires for destroying millions and millions of dollars worth of homes and destroying the preventing the next major disaster from that area from occurring. We save money by eliminating unnecessary expenses on our elevator systems when it came to ADA compliance. And I also thank Mayor Wu and Mylin for also voicing my concerns at the last meeting that I couldn't make it, but you did voice my concerns, and I do see that they have been incorporated. And so, it's remarkable to see that we're now saving money. We're not spending beyond our means. I think one of our concerns was you don't write a check that's going to bounce. And you have successfully done that, Mylin, and your city staff and our city staff that work very hard to put this budget together. So thank you and congratulations on putting the taxpayers first. So thank you.
So it sounds like we have another second. Okay, City Council very happy. Okay, and now we're going to have another. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, or you? No. Okay, and now I want to add on. Okay, on top of two City Council, one is very happy, doesn't want to say anything, and one say a lot of things, very happy. Okay, and I want to kind of mutual in between. I think there's one thing we talked about last time. Okay, and how you prioritized how we spend the money with our budget, and the public safety is number one. Okay, I think that's what the taxpayer wanted to make sure all the money and spend in the right place, and that is public safety. I think regarding the hillside, okay, and that is come from Council Member Gutierrez, okay, and we concerned, we request that many years, and finally this year we got a budget. And second thing that we approved 10 police officers. Okay, even this is level 1 or from the academy, but we go 112. West Covina for a long time haven't seen 112 police officers, and we made it this year, 2025 to 2026. So residents should understand that is what they want, and that's what we want to answer. And want to thank our acting city manager to make this thing solid 112. Okay, and then we are going to work on the fire regarding the ambulance and this and that, so that's going to work on the work-on process. I think this is what this budget is about. Prioritize where spend the money is to protect life and protect property, and then make sure all this fire hazard, because we saw all the community burn down. Not going to happen in West Covina. We need to do a prevention for all the hillside, and to put this, finally have this budget for a long time, 30 years, okay, and maybe even longer, okay, the West Covina city, okay, previously never really pay attention on those overgrown tree, vegetation, and that we can see it now with the weather, this and that, it become a major issue. So thank you so much to address this and even balance the budget, and that is what we want. Okay. So anyway, thank you so much. And if we now have any comment, then I'm going to. Okay, do we have a motion? Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion, and then I'll make a motion, and also, if it's okay, I'd like to see if staff could look into. I think we still have approximately $5 million restricted fund surplus. So if we could use some of that money to allocate it to road improvements.
Yes. Okay. Well, we look into it. Okay, and don't spend all the money. Okay, yeah. But at the same time, we don't want to.
Yeah.
Let's give some cushion over there. Okay, and you don't want money right away spend everything. Okay, but we want to repay the street, and if they are really horrible, I think this is what residents want. But okay, so I think city manager already got the direction, and I have a motion already moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you so much. Okay, Councilman Oli Kento. So we have first and second. Roll call, please.
Councilman Contos?
Aye.
Excuse me, I have a motion by Councilmember Gutierrez, a second by Councilmember Contos, to approve item number 13, consideration of fiscal year 2025-26 operating and capital improvement program budget. Councilman Contos?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez Viado?
Aye.
Mayor Wu?
Aye, and the motion approved 5-0. Thank you so much for the hard work. Okay, thank you for our finance department and work very hard. And you see, okay, even we don't have a director, but we still have everybody put it together and working very hard. I know last week you got work till midnight, but thank you so much. Okay, and okay, no overtime, please. Okay, so we have control of the budget. Okay, so okay, now we go to the council. Okay, and comment and a request. Do I have any request, Madam AI? Okay, anybody? Okay, go ahead. Okay, Councilman Oli Kento.
Thank you. I have several.
Holy Michael,
not
you
15 or anything.
You can become Brian now.
No, it won't be. It won't rival that.
Okay.
The first one is I'd like to ask that the council approve of commissioning a study by the staff with regard to a public safety tax, including the pros, cons, what are different cities doing around us, what are the benefits, pitfalls, whatever, just so that we can just look at the issue more. So that's my request.
Okay, I cannot suppose that I'm the guy and the anti any taxes. Okay, so I'm basically, I want to cut taxes rather than raise taxes. So because people already get raised taxes way too much. And look right now, our sales tax already 10 and then the quarter and the 0.5% additional go to the major A. And let's go to so-called homeless. It's going to waste the money. I don't think we not even get a dime. Okay, so and $12 million our sales tax as a big city with commercial city go to the county, and we won't see any service at all. Just like so I maybe other council can support, but I won't support this.
I just want to clarify, Councilmember Contos, are you only asking for Tom's office? I think Tom's office has a tax lawyer expert.
Yes, I'm just asking for
a basic study to tell us the pros and cons.
Yes, that is literally it.
Then I'll second it.
Okay, we have a first and second. Roll call, please.
Councilman Contos?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez Viado?
Aye.
Mayor Wu?
No. Okay, 4-1 and the motion. Okay, and the Madam Mayor approve. Okay, for city attorney to look into the possibility of that. Okay, and next please.
Thank you. The next item is I'd like to ask that we begin the process of bringing on board an independent entity to begin the search for a permanent city manager.
Is that already? Yeah, is that we already at work? Okay, it's our committee. Okay,
It has not been yet formally instructed yet, so wanted to ask that we begin that process.
As acting city manager, is that already, based on what you say, it's only at work already, right?
At the direction of the council, we will start the recruitment for permanent city manager.
Okay. So the motion, anybody against that? Yeah, go ahead.
No, well, prior to recruitment, I would like to take into consideration what one of our residents said is what we are looking into a city manager. I know when I first came in, the city manager I was looking for was, I know when we were going down where people were telling me I'm foolish to run because the city's going through bankruptcy. That was like my goal at that time for budget and development and so forth. Granted, things have changed. I know I'm not in a quick rush just because we had some changes. So I'm not in a quick rush to get somebody right away. I'd like to take that time to see what it is that we envision, what we want as a city, especially as a council envisioning moving forward. But yes, I mean, I do agree with that, but I like to also take all that into consideration.
So we have a first and we have a second. Do anybody against this?
No.
Mr. Mayor, you want to talk?
Yeah, I was just going to say a comment. I was just going to say, like what Councilmember Leti Lopez Viado stated, so maybe the third party who is responsible for the search comes to the council meeting to hear some of the points that we have and some of the community points in the search for a new city manager.
Okay, and so approve. Okay, so 5-0. Okay, next.
Thank you. The next one I'd like to ask that our council establish as our policy. The establishing the principle of progressive discipline with regard to the evaluation, retention, and possible discipline or not of the city manager. In other words, that we establish a progressive discipline policy with regard to anyone sitting in the seat of city manager in order to establish, namely, goals, metrics, performance improvement, and evaluation.
I don't quite understand. Okay, so
So, in other words, it just prevents people from being let go without giving them an opportunity to improve in case there are concerns. In other words, it's establishing a process where there would be a formal evaluation process where we as a council as a whole would set the goals, and then we would evaluate the incumbent periodically on meeting those goals, and to whatever extent we have. I'm just
if you I got it. Okay, I think if you mentioned about previous city manager, okay, her contract is 12 months. 12 months up, so should we extend the contract or not? It has nothing to do with discipline. It's about renew the contract.
I understand.
Okay, but if you're talking about, the city manager need to be documented, okay, or review. So I don't know the procedure. Tom, okay, city attorney, can you shine some of light on this request?
Yeah, it's just a request to add a policy for all employees if they have an improvement plan.
Do any other city have any policy?
Many cities do. Just direct HR to look into it. I believe
okay.
That's the request.
So any other city can
Yeah, looking into it, because I know the difference between appointed positions versus regular positions. They're different, and especially when they are under probation. Probation, there's usually no PIP. PIPs usually involve performance improvement plan is usually for the city employees that are currently in who had passed probation and so forth. But from my knowledge, most appointed position doesn't have those like PIP and stuff.
Agree.
But looking into it, I'm okay to see.
I just have a concern because on the guideline, okay, for the city manager appoint or hire his director is with his pleasure. Okay, right? Okay, the meaning anytime director say, I don't like you, you fire. It's the same token, okay, and if you got a 3 vote, they don't like, okay, the way the city manager is led, the same token is under the majority of the city council of their description. Okay, it's not like because the director position, appointed position, is not like an employee. You have a disciplinary, this and that. Sound like this is a employee lower level thing. Okay, my understanding, just like you appointed the Secretary of State, the same thing too. Anytime the president can say, okay, you fire next person. You don't even need the excuses or any of documentation. Same thing for the city. My understanding, the city manager can fire his or her, okay, the director he hire or she hire, okay, without any of a reason. Okay, the only worst come to worst is they can sue this and that. But this is what my understanding is a description of the city manager, CEO to decide who you want to hire, fire, this and that. And the same thing too, the city council, okay, majority have the right to hire, fire the city attorney or city manager. This is my understanding. And city attorney want to shine about this?
That's all accurate what you said. And
it's all accurate, right?
Council wants to look into a policy of a PIP or performance improvement.
Because I don't want to tie up become treating city manager as an employee with all this, this and that. But my understanding is majority city council have the privilege to hire, fire the city manager. For example, election come, the new majority coming up, they can change the direction and change the city manager. It happened to all the city.
Right, they're at-will employees. It's just without cause they can be terminated. Yes.
So it's not like they have all this kind of. But anyway, Councilman Counter want to look into it.
Yes, I understand. It's just to establish this as a best practice. I realize what you're saying now.
Yeah, this is a director position. It's not the employee. Okay, more of this is as we get elected as a privilege. Okay, yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I was just going to add because based on my experience and even currently having to deal with employees, whether they're on probation and or whether they're not seeing PIP versus the progressive discipline, at the end it's can you do the job or not. I know sometimes we give people opportunities to showcase and hopefully prove to us to be able to do the job, and if they can't. And also with 5 councils, each council person has their own goal or their own goals or what they'd like to see within the city manager. So I know the city manager has it tough because they have 5 bosses, and sometimes we are not in agreements, or what I value might not be the same as what the other council members might value. So that all holds on to that. But Yeah.
Okay, anybody, I against that? Okay, anybody against that? Otherwise, do I have a second?
I have a second.
Okay, so, and roll call, please.
I have a Councilman Contos.
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Aye.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
It's just going to be brought back, right?
Look into.
Look into, yeah, okay, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez Viado.
Aye.
Mayor Wu.
No. Okay, 4-1, approve. Okay, bring back, okay, what finding is, this or that. Okay, and, okay, next, Madam Mayor.
And my last one.
Are you sure it's the last one? You want
It
more?
is my last one.
We have all night for you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The last one is sort of revisiting an old issue about, are you ready? Drum roll. The last issue is about the moratorium. And so I realize the general majority's sentiments about the moratorium, and I actually voted to put it into place. But in light of a specific situation in one of our colleagues' districts, I feel like if we could look into increasing the number from 27 to one higher or to a higher number overall, it would assist in business development for that area. And if I can describe that if folks would like.
I don't understand. Okay, a moratorium or what? Moratorium or what?
The moratorium on the number of fast food restaurants in town.
Oh, drive-through.
Drive-through. Sorry.
Thank you. Okay,
Yeah,
I was
sorry about that. So
I was thinking about you want to curfew or something.
no. So I'm sorry. It's getting late. But basically, I mean, because there's a specific situation that I know of in one of our colleagues' districts where they're not able to make use of that property because of the moratorium, and there's a reverse. Yes. And so I wanted to just be supportive of further developing that because it has been an eyesore. We've all complained. Anyone can drive there. It has been a problem. But also looking at it more broadly.
So you say maybe looking to that burger place? I forgot.
Yeah, maybe exempting that specific location.
That place?
Yeah, we could. Yeah, we should.
I agree.
Yeah,
and
let's exempt that specific location.
I got it. Okay, so we just want to exempt that one now.
Yeah.
Because did you see when we moratorium about drive-through, we got a lot of Texas Roadhouse coming in, Kingfish coming, a lot of good restaurants coming in.
Yeah.
So if you allow, we are the number one drive-through. Okay.
Yeah.
So we really have to make sure that sit in.
However way to address that
property. So your motion is to make
just for
that location, right, Oli?
Yes, that's all I'm asking.
Your location.
I know. Just can you be more detailed?
Yeah.
Okay. Don't have.
I'll second that.
Around the bushes.
Exception for
that puts the burden off.
We have a first and we have a second.
No, I think.
There's Joanne. Ladies and gentlemen, Joanne Burns.
Mayor, if I may, it's not a moratorium currently. It's code now. So in order to make changes to it, it would be a code amendment.
Variance?
You would not be able to do a variance because it would be considered a use variance, and use variances are not allowed by state law.
Okay, so we could exempt that specific location by bringing that code back. Or is a city attorney's question, maybe? Or,
He's laughing. We can look into that. That could be considered spot zoning, though, if you're going to just exempt one piece of property.
Exactly, spot zoning.
It's part of the downtown plan and code, so it wouldn't. If you make amendments to the downtown plan and code, you can specify it, to certain.
I think they changed the motion to look into and see if we can exempt. We don't want against the law.
Yeah.
And we set the law and then we violate the law. This doesn't make any sense. Okay. And for the common good, just now for one location, currently it's working. Currently, we have a lot of good restaurants coming to our city. That's what we want because we are the number one in our neighborhood, have the most drive-through. And because we along the freeway exit, so these people want to do drive-through. And a lot of good restaurants will be replaced by drive-through. But okay, Oli, can you? We accept. Okay, so we just city looking to can we exempt that location to find the best use? Okay, so we not become an eyesore right now.
Okay. We can look into that mainly because that location, Spotless Burger, already has a drive-through.
Correct.
So we can write something.
Grandfather.
We can potentially write something in the code.
Grandfather.
That allows an
grandmother
drive-through to be modified.
Yes.
With approval of the commissioners.
Very good.
Is there any update on Texas Roadhouse? Is there any update on Texas Roadhouse?
No, this is not. Thank you so much.
Later on, we'll ask you.
Appreciate.
We'll ask you next meeting.
You have anything you want to say?
That's not me.
Joanne? Okay.
Yes.
Hey,
Yeah.
this
Okay,
is
so what's
okay.
the
This
status
is
of
not
Texas Roadhouse?
This is okay. This is not on our agenda. Thank you, Joanne. Have a good night. Okay.
I second Tommy's.
Thank you, Joanne.
We want to go home. Okay. Okay. So basically, approve. Okay, and 5-0 to look into it. You don't have anything, right? And don't tell me you have a 15.
I have 20. I'm just kidding.
Okay. Okay, Brian, go ahead.
2.
2 is good.
Too many.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Hey, you go back to Germany. Go back to Germany. Okay, go ahead.
My first request is I know Mylon mentioned it earlier, and I think we heard from the community about the purchasing under our purchasing manager's authority on about getting monthly reports, and I think Mylon's committed to making that happen and updating the console on a monthly basis on that report. And I would just like to make that official console policy moving forward. That's my first mutter, may I?
Okay, anybody against that? Okay, okay, Mayor Pro Tem confused. I'm kind of confused too. You want to kind of more clear
yes, so I believe there was, I think there was an issue with, I think even with the professional services contracts about, I think there was issues about the city manager was hiring as professional services, and the city council was in a form.
Oh, got it.
All those contracts.
Consultant.
Yes.
Okay.
Consultants. Yes.
So basically, I think that's what we request last time. We don't know. We don't even know previous city manager hire a consultant, and that was our previous finance director. We not even notify us. So we don't want to be in the dark. Okay. Any even under your authority of to hire with that budget, you still need to bring as a transparency and notify city council about what consultant you hire, right? Right, this is what you want. Okay, and Ollie, you okay with that?
Yes.
So in that way, everybody in the same page, we understand. Okay, we're not against you with your authority to hire anybody, but at least you notify us. Not like last time, we don't even know. We hire somebody, and I know you terminate the contract. Thank you so much. And look, you can see, and we have a beautiful budget. Okay, so anyway, and anybody against that? Okay, good. Okay, next.
And then my last one is to this is a great event that happens yearly, and I think they do a remarkable job, and it brings tons and tons of people, and so
which one?
Huh? I'll say it right now. Yeah. I wanted to make a council request to have the city manager invite the Chinese American Association of West Covina to provide a public presentation, if possible, by either the second meeting of July or when they're available in August, in regards to the Mega Moon Festival. Maybe they could present on the number of booths and vendor fees collected for the last 2 events and this upcoming event. Some volunteer and staffing and their responsibilities, a summary of city contributions, staff, materials, and services for the last 2 events and upcoming, the gross and net revenue generated by the event for the last 2 events, and the contractual terms for this year's festival and the last festival, and whether the city will collect vendor fees as it's done with other city-supported festivals.
Yeah. Okay, got it. You have to understand it's a non-profit organization. It's not belonging to the city. And so they are charity event. So if you make it so strict, nobody want to do a charity event. Okay, I just let you understand, because nobody want to come over here because they're not using the city budget. So I don't understand why if you're doing this, then anybody to do a charity event, like for example, how about, for example, what's a Kiwani Club? They do all the event, including then you want them to come over here, present it, how much they spend the money, how they collect the money, how they doing this and that. They help us, and pay forward, for the, account. And they're doing I think they're doing another event for car show. And they do another event, for the big ones is our Christmas parade. Yeah. And then you want them to come over here. Because if you're doing that, then all the people doing that have to come over here equally for non-profit to present to all that. So I don't know why you just single out the Chinese American Association when they donate all the money into the pay for the program.
Yeah.
They are not city entity.
And I'll share why I'm bringing this forward. When I was going through the budget, I asked why community services was requesting more money, and I'm not going to say who told me that because I don't want to get them in trouble, but they brought it to my attention without me asking, and they indicated that the Mega Moon Festival is receiving approximately up to about $48,000 something in resources, in addition to staff overtime. So roughly between about roughly up to $100,000 in taxpayers' money. And so this is just a transparency. This was brought.
How about do this? How about I tell them to cancel it? Okay, how about I tell them to cancel it, and city can do their own fall festival, and they don't have to spend all the money and time, and they try to do donation. Okay, and we don't have to do the Moon Festival. I can tell them
against
that.
you either.
No. But the thing is this: you try to discourage the people because they pay for all the rental, everything, and they put a program over there. Okay, and they get a donation, and they donate all the money, including they donate $10,000 to the city for their overtime, this and that. Tell me which entity doing that.
Yeah,
I don't even know how much. Okay, and Kiwani Club. So if you're doing that, then then you basically discourage any of entity, to help the city to sponsorship the program. Then we don't have any program. Then everything will be taxpayer program. Okay, everything that will be more expensive if you want to do Moon Festival by the city, and city can do everything themselves. I don't mind. I think I would tell them, say, forget it, have a city to get all the booths, everything, the program, and the city doing it. Okay, so in that way, they don't have to under the scrutiny based on what you say, and they have to come over here and asking how you spend this and that. Okay, and it's just like, you penalize people want to do community event, and because somebody told you city spend way too much money, then it's very simple. Then we cancel the event. We don't have to do it, because I don't think, based on what CAWC told me, they didn't make profit, and if they have any, they all donate out, including all you see how much money they donate.
Yeah.
So anyway, it sound very, I don't want to say it. It just sounds very disappointed for somebody want to do something, and then you want them to present this and that. Why not ask the Kiwani do the same thing?
Yeah, no,
other people do the same
it's
thing.
because it was brought to my attention, and when I asked, well, don't we collect vendor fees? Don't we collect sponsorship fees? And they said no. The Chinese Association collects all fees, and the city's not making not one penny back. They indicated that the Chinese Association is making a surplus profit off that $100,000 investment, and so obviously.
Hold on, you're talking about and then maybe you can have the person telling you to talk to CAWC and say, how much we spend this and that, and then how much money, they donate out to the charity, including all over here. It's not like this is charity. Anything they make.
I mean, they could decline the offer, but I think as a transparency, we're inviting a.
Oh, I think sound like a witch hunt. You sound like they collect the money. So this is a problem. When people want to do something, and then somebody just second guess about their intention. It's a non-profit. Every time have been ordered by non-profit. All the money they have has to donate into the charity. And that's why they donate the money, including the Explore program and this and that. And when you say, they're making all the money, but they pay for $40,000, $50,000 of a rental, including the staging, including all this decoration. And they pay for the performance. They even pay those people come, and pay them the
what's the profit margin?
I don't know. You have to ask them. It's not me. I'm not CAWC. So yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm a little confused because I attended the budget meetings, and during the budget meetings, they displayed what the expenses were. And several items were, one of the items was the Moon Festival, which was about 40-some thousand. The Spring Festival, which was around the same amount. The Easter extravaganza, they laid everything out. So I'm a little confused about that, but if that's what you say that you heard, so that's part of the budget that I want to say. Now, the other thing is, if we're going to audit all these events, then we need to be transparent and audit all of them. Audit all of them, find out who gave us sponsorships, who didn't give, all of it. Just open it all up.
Yeah.
We can't just focus on one.
No, I agree.
So open it all up for everyone, and then we'll go from there.
I think it's penalized all this charity group, including the Kiwani, including other of potentially nonprofit. They want to do a sponsorship, and don't forget, we have the West Covina Foundation, donation to do charity, to do the event. And if we're doing this, then nobody want to collaborate with the city. And I strongly against to have Kiwani come over here talk about this for Rotary and this and that. They want to do the project. City can easily reject, say we don't want to sponsor. You have to pay this and that. Although the city can do it. That thing. So rather than say, hey, we want to, you doing this, come over here. Like they make money from the city, so city have to check all their things. You can ask them, see if they want to do it, or they maybe say, forget it. In that case, I don't want to work with you guy. And in that way, in the future, maybe nobody want to do it. Mayor Pro Tem, Oli, you want to go first?
Oh, it's up to you.
No, that's okay. Oli, go.
Okay, thank you. I actually don't know nonprofits who would feel offended about just saying what they're doing. I mean, I'm not saying we should oppose, and I'm not trying to target any one thing, but I like, Councilwoman Rosario Diaz's idea about the whole expansion thing, because I think that when nonprofits, they're all doing business for the public good anyway, and there's no reason not to show. I mean, it's not hard, let's say whether it's Kiwanis or anybody. So then that way, it's just whenever we do partnerships together, we just sort of communicate what are the benefits.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I think we need to look at what the difference is with city and other organizations, whether they're nonprofits, for-profits. We need to really look at the difference between partnership, sponsorship, or if they're on their own, that they completely do that. Because that makes a big difference on how things are operated. And I think that should be the real focus, because now there's an issue if the city, and I'm not sure if this is accurate, but if the city is actually, writing out a check to the nonprofit directly, then that causes a red flag. I mean, as people know, since for the last 7 years with Film at West Covina, we don't even make money at all, but we don't burden the city, but we handle like the committee, especially the students, because it's all student ran. They're the ones who's out there getting the sponsorship, getting the information, setting up the booth, and it's a partnership with the city. So it's not, the city does not cut us out a check at all. We partner with the cities there, but in reality, we should really look at the difference of what considers a partnership, a sponsorship, and if they're on their own, and what qualifies, and that's what I think that should be, because Kiwani's is a great a partner, especially with our Christmas, and they're the ones who handle a lot of the stuff, the toys, and we've also gave to the city as well. Some of these nonprofits have donated to the city as well, but with the Christmas, Kiwani's handles and takes care of a bunch of the things, the booths,
I think the CAWC, same token, and they donate a lot. Come over here. They are the only one agency, or a nonprofit come over here, consistently donate to all the students and this and that. Even for last time explored, they want to do something, and the way, to sound like, city pay way too much money for, sponsorship, for police and fire. It sounds very bitterness about they try to do and spend time, and then the city didn't pay them anything. They volunteer, come over here, do the thing, do the project, and some people say, oh, they don't this and that, and talk about this and that. Why not talk about Kiwani Club? And they do the donation, we see, they do the donation, CAWC donate to Kiwani Club too for their Christmas, this and that. So they same thing too, same token, everybody helping each other. So I don't know why the city staff just single out CAWC, why they never talk about Kiwani, or any other. I think we're currently, right now, I only know only 2 groups is really donate and doing for our children. One's Kiwani, one is CAWC. So I didn't know anyone, but if the way sound like this, I don't know. City can tell them, say, hey, we want you this and that. They maybe say, screw it, I'm not going to do this anymore. Then you're going to missing a lot of what they did and that. There's no point, and I don't even know any other city they will ask them to any other group. I think all the city, they just begging for any group to help out, to pay for it. And it's not like they not pay for it. They pay for almost everything. And they, so for the thing, and, like Mayor Pro Tem say, unless the city pay them the check, and they want to see where this check go to. But it's opposite. It's they pay $10,000 to the city. And they should tell the city, say, where you spend this $10,000. We want to all see you where you spend that money.
And something that could also be looked at is what is city's responsibility versus nonprofits' responsibility, who covers what cost. That could be also looked at.
Yeah, but I think it's important to note that, and this is just so to me by staff, but I am open to do what Councilwoman Diaz is recommending and Councilwoman Cantos is recommending, is that we should be fair to all nonprofits and do the same. And I don't think a nonprofit should worry or want to hide the true numbers of what their profit margin is. And I think if we're giving $100,000, and that could be in the shape of public resources, police and fire overtime, that could be decorations, that could be a stage. That's all considered public resources.
So basically, you're talking about, I think to have them open the book and to review this and that is quite all right, because it's a public record anyway, this and that. But invite them in the city council and they say they open the book and how you spend this and that. I think we can have a city staff, and to say, hey, we want to see how much you make this and that, and the Kiwani, how much you make this and that, and bring that number, see how, and see what they say. So they want to do a public record for this and that. Because, you want to say something?
If I may, just to piggyback on what the Mayor Pro Tem said, just a little bit more information. So taking both nonprofit groups, for example, the CAWC and the Kiwanis Club, the city does enter into an MOU with both. And so it articulates in the MOU what is going to be the city's responsibilities versus what it's going to be the organization's responsibilities. And we come to a mutual agreement based upon that. Hearing what the mayor was saying about, having those nonprofit groups, give access to the books, maybe that's something that we consider putting in the MOU. That in exchange for this partnership, that the city has the ability to audit those.
Yes.
But what's the concern in inviting, if it's a CAW, if it's a Chinese Association of West Covina, what is the concern, or what is the concern for the public to have the right to know at a public meeting what their gross profit margin is and what their net profit is? If we're giving an entity $100,000 and not allowing any other nonprofit in our city that opportunity, and then you're denying anyone else that opportunity.
Got it.
And then how do I know, but I'm still talking. So, so if you prevent that opportunity from other nonprofits from applying for that, it's an unfair process, an undue process.
Agreed.
And I think that if we're going to try to hide or not prevent the nonprofit from being invited, why can't we just invite them and see if they want to accept?
I want to say this, and I think the dispute is how much city pay. I think this is what because how much and how the entity pay about the event. okay, and then how much, okay, the city pay as a sponsorship event. Then when you say 100,000, is the city pay $100,000? I don't know if city pay $100,000.
Yeah, it's about 48 something in supplies and another 50,000 in overtime pay.
Personnel.
So basically, city pay $100,000?
Roughly.
95,000 for last year Moon Festival?
We can take a look. We can take a look at the staffing costs and the overtime costs and work with finance to come to those figures.
For 2 days, and the city pay $45,000 salary overtime. Then in that way we shouldn't have an event.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad event. I'm just saying that.
No, I understand
why
because
can't we invite the nonprofit to come present and say, "Hey, we're giving you 100,000, but you're making 300,000 in vendor fees and sponsorships, and we have a problem, and we need to restructure the agreement."
If you have, if you think about this, if you have 150 and plus, you have a bunch of nonprofit. My understanding, nonprofit is free. Okay, and I think the fuel, I think last time my understanding based on their post, I think it's about $500-600 for 2 days, so $300 a day. And then for non-food, it's about $100. So I think this is, the price is very cheap. Okay, my understanding because they won't have a lot of vendors to show up. Okay, so I think they have a book. So city can look into, and SCAWC provide a book for you. Okay, and regarding the vendor, how many vendor, and I think the donation, you can ask CAWC because it's all on the record. Okay, how many donation is all on the flyer. I saw it, and they think about the donor. Okay, but I'm more curious. Okay, I think it's no problem to ask the CAWC to open how much they make last year regarding and the thing. So what is totally and how much they pay for everything in detail? Should give you a spreadsheet. I think you can request to CAWC for them to do it. And then, but I'm curious about the city pay. Okay, if the city, I didn't see any detail, because there's a public money. So if we can see how much is, the city pay, if the overtime, and plus other thing, we want to add together how much is that. Is that worth it to continue to do this joint venture? If it's too much money to pay for it, even we got 20,000 people and put West Covina on the map, but if people feel like this is way too much of money, I have nothing against to go into CAWC, and ask them to the book. I don't think I have any problem.
Maybe we don't have to have them speak here, but do you mind if we invite them maybe for the second meeting if city staff presents a report that CAWC provides the city on those numbers?
Yes, I think
city staff will present these numbers to the city council, and essentially,
I agree.
And then you could decide, we could all decide if we need to maybe amend the MOU.
Yeah,
to address.
I agree. I think in the future, to be fair, maybe all the event and all have to be the coming up how much city pay. No matter any event, including the Spring Festival. We want to see how much city pay. And with how much vendor. And to benefit. To city. To serve, to kind of subtract about the expenditure, because you have to make an income to pay for. You can just all depend on the city, and I understand the city always have a beer garden and how much we make on the beer garden. And that should be included, because CWC doesn't make any money from the beer garden. Beer garden is from the city. So I think in that way, if we want to go to that route, then the city have to go through how much we spend, and how many staff, and where this money coming from? Is they come from our general fund? At the same time, and we want to all entity, to open up how much you make for vendor fee, how much, based on how much you charge, and it's all public record anyway, because that's what they pay, and including the receipt, everything, and then how much, and the city, they pay for all the rental fee, and they should have all the receipt too. I think that it's transparency for everybody to see, but see, it's worth it, for both sides. Okay, I think, okay, you can request CAWC to provide all this and all that. And same thing, I agree with, otherwise people feel like you single out, okay, only CAWC. How about Kiwani? I know you're the member of Kiwani, okay, so you have to have a Kiwani to open up the book, okay, including how much they spend, okay, and this and that, including how much the city sponsor with all this of kids zone, this and that. And so add together, then we can open up presentation for it. Make sense?
Yes.
So I agree with that. Okay, I think this would be, rather than have them to come over here.
Yeah.
Okay, I think just
they can present on it and then
they have city to get all the information and present to all from our spring festival to, okay, and summer concert, okay, and into the, okay, July 4th, okay, and then we go to the touch a truck, okay, and including the July 4th and touch a truck and the state of city, okay, and then we go to the Moon Festival, and then we want detail for the city side. It's a public money. When you talk about overtime, $50,000, that's a lot of money for today. I don't believe that number is correct. I want to see it because I only see two police officers, okay, and I only see couple of public work, and I see a bunch of community service staff. How can it be 45,000 for today? Okay, and then our event would be way too pricey for if we have that many. Then we in trouble with community service because it costs so much money. Okay, and in that way, the city cannot have a no community service event. We need event. Okay, and we want all the entity, including Hispanic group, to sponsor so they can pay half. Okay, and they can do their, okay, otherwise where they get money? Their money will come in.
And it's not a bad event at all. I just want to see how maybe we could, maybe
okay.
When we learn, maybe we have to change it a little bit, but whatever.
No, good. Okay, okay, and in that way, we should have all the event in detail about the accountant, okay, and then you send a request for CAWC and Kiwani and any of entity, okay, including the historic society if they have any event with city joint venture, and no matter what, everybody equally should open it up, okay, and do a presentation. But I really, again, detailed city and regarding the building about if you say spend $100,000, that is amazing. How can we spend 2 days for $100,000 if CAWG pay for all the rental, everything, all the program? How can that? Then we cannot do close the street because it costs way too much money. So we maybe have to think about maybe just doing over here. Okay, we don't have to close down the street. So if you're complaining about it, way too much money from the city, then why we go to the Glendora? Okay, so it's a sad if we end up city become a burden, then we cannot do anything. So I don't know how other cities like your city, La Puente, they do the night market. How we balance the night market? That is very successful. And Alhambra Sunday farmers market is packed. How they do it every Sunday. And I know their staff working on a Sunday. They send me the picture, and I'm very jealous with their success. So how other city doing all this consistently? And then now Bowen Park has a summer, okay, and market. They pack too with all the vendor, this and that. Why we have nothing? I think if in that case, the city should do everything themselves. Forget all this entity to help out. So if you think about city paying $100,000, then if city pay for everything, how much will be left?
If I may, I'm not sure where the $100,000 quote came from.
So what
from your acting finance director. So I think you should let finance focus.
That's not. So I know some of the comments are being directed to me, and as I said, we can work to put together some numbers. That's something that we can do just based on staffing schedules. And looking back to see when people worked and comparing that to the staffing schedules. And I'm not saying that your number is incorrect. I'm not saying that either, Councilmember Gutierrez. But it just feels like some of these comments are directed at me, and I want to just be clear.
Not at all.
I just want to be clear.
I have a question. Okay, and it's okay if Moon Festival, it's $95,000 for the staffing, this and that. How much for the Spring Festival? Spring Festival, Roxanne?
Yes.
Spring Festival, how much it would cost us? Okay, for everything. If a Moon Festival, okay, and the city said pay $95,000 for 2 days. Spring Festival, 2 days, exactly same location. How much is that?
If you recall, we did have a report that went to the City Council given by our Deputy Community Services Director, Susie Perez, back in May about those expenses.
I think that's from the
And that
finance
did come-
director.
Yeah, and that did come to over $100,000.
And just to clarify, because I think there's some confusion here, when I say a staff member told me, just to clarify for the record, it was not Roxanne Lerma. So I want to make that clear. So Roxanne, I was not directing.
Oh, I didn't.
You.
Oh,
So.
I understand that. It was.
You told me it's her.
No, I didn't.
Not always me.
No.
No, yeah, you told, yeah.
You know,
told
I have a
everybody.
lot of
You told me-
answers.
you told
I get
everybody
it.
to Roxanne. No, I think you say it to Tom.
No.
Say Tom. Gosh.
No.
Yeah, Tom, you have all the number.
No.
Yeah. No, I think it's a fair.
It's not you at all.
It's a fair question.
It is an absolute fair question.
Yeah, because if a Spring Festival and Moon Festival all have the same location, the same 2 day, but only difference is I think Moon Festival has a little bit more vendor, because they have a lot of nonprofit, a lot of barbecue thing. I saw a lot of smoke, but the Spring Festival look a little bit less vendor, so that's different. But the staffing should be the same. But do you have a number for Spring Festival?
That was included in the staff report back in May.
The last festival, because spring, that was the last one, right?
Yes.
That was $50,000 in overtime, according to finance.
So
and the way they compared the Mega Mood Festival was that they said that in the past they did not account specifically for the hours being used in overtime for city events, but that they just recently started accounting for these city events to make sure that there's accounting per event going forward, and that they did that on their own. Yeah.
So on the overtime, what will be the staff? So it's a police,
I believe it was police, fire, public works,
public safety, community services.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Services.
Yeah. So if become very pricey and if we hit our general fund, but where this funding, Roseanne?
119,000 was in the staff report. Go ahead, Lisa.
Yes, I pulled the staff report. The expenditures versus fees calculated. The net cost was $119,702.
Which one?
For the Spring Festival.
Spring Festival. So how much is that? $100,000?
Yes, the total expenditures were $133,000.
Okay, and then how much for the last year Moon Festival?
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have.
Oh, okay.
So we're pulling from the staff report.
Staff report that went to council in May.
Yeah. Okay. Because that's about the same event. So if the city paying $100,000,
that's how they.
So that would be $100,000. But the difference is and the CAWC pay for about $50,000-$60,000. So the city is only negative maybe $50,000 if the number is correct, because the Spring Festival city have to pay for all the rental. Moon Festival is paid by CAWC, including the stage, including the decoration, the sound effect. My understanding, they pay almost everything, and they even give $10,000.
Yeah, I didn't understand when it was brought to my attention, so I say.
So I understand,
I'm gonna make it. I'll make it transparent.
No, I'm not blaming on you. Like you are trying to attack. But it's okay. You just have a question you want to answer. I think it's fair. So let's get all this number, but let's get all the event. Make sense?
Yes.
And let's compare with spring and the fall. Festival. The same in that way. Because with another entity, they're paying. No matter what, they're paying for almost everything. But then they didn't pay for overtime. That is possible what the staffing over there. And plus, I think that the key zone is donated by the city too.
Yeah, there are some expenditures that the city does pay for.
The little train, I think the city pay for it, and the balloon or something, the face
signage.
That's and cheap. Okay, so anyway, but we don't want to shortchange the kid.
Of course not.
You want to do the event, we want to do a nice event. We don't want to they have to pay $5 to paint the face or something. Okay, nobody, yeah, go ahead.
I want to know what the motion is.
The motion is have all the entity to provide their book at the same time for the city and to provide city book regarding the overtime, the staff, everything. So in that way, we can see because the comparison is very simple because on the Spring Festival and the Fall Festival is exactly identical. But the difference is the Moon Festival has the sponsors with all the rental and all the pay for its majority of the expenditure, and then they send a request to CAWC and have them to give you all the number, and including the vendor, the donation, and how much they pay for it, and with receipt. And same thing to Kiwani and other group too, if they have any event. So in that way, we can see everything open book, and then you can do the presentation.
Absolutely.
Like so, the profit and then also their expense.
I think of course, everything.
A full audit.
Exactly.
The full
audit. The motion to do all that.
I'll second.
And then nobody against it. Okay. Next motion.
That's it.
Is that? Are you sure? Comment. Anybody want to comment?
No, I actually have a Mother May I. I do.
It's about time.
Gosh. Well, I know we've discussed this in the past regarding contracts in general. We've just been having so much issues with all the contracts that we have. And it's not, I know city attorney just does the basic review of the contract of what the word is, but it's not really a benefit to us of what we need. We miss out on a lot of details. I'd like to see, and I know they distribute, like, these contracts are given to this department, but in reality, not all the staff are, I'm not saying capable or like that full understanding, because some of these contracts are very thick and detailed. And so in the past, I've noticed, like, for example, like the tree, like, they said no, the city, and I have emails where they said the city doesn't replace, but it was in the contract. And when you tell city staff to look into the contract, they miss it, they don't understand it. But somebody needs to be able to really look at these contracts, give the full details, let the staff know what it consists of. And not only that, but to hold these vendors, businesses accountable by doing the inspection. I know we burden our city staff for, like, I know earlier today we said, okay, have public works or maintenance and so forth to go through that. But they're all being spread thin, but we just need somebody to really focus and to make sure that, I mean, not only we're getting our money's worth, but that the job is being done, and that the job is being done the right way. We spend money for, let's say, I mean, and other cities have the same issues too. They get a contract, let's say they put like an AC or do some work, and then it doesn't work, and they didn't take into consideration the warranty or the limitations of that. So I don't know if it's like a specific person or have a contractor consultant to just focus on that and to follow up and make sure that things are done, and then bring it back to the council, like, these contracts, they're being done or they're not doing this. Because I know, like, us as a council, we're the ones going on the streets or, taking pictures, or residents are sending us emails, and we just keep coming back. And I know we just always have to tell the staff, like, hey, this, and it just comes back even in closed session or here. The same issue keeps coming up. And so if there's a system that could be put in place, or just something in specific with just contracts, all our contracts that we have. So
even making our contracts stricter and taking the liability off the city too, I think is important.
So there's a problem is lay on the attorney. Am I right?
Well, no, I mean, attorney is one section. Yes.
No, because attorney review the contract to make sure all the wording to protect the city.
But there's the wording
right?
part.
Okay, so I think the issue we have every time we got a lawsuit and it come to us is regarding, okay, we misled. I never heard about we are so protected and we can counterattack them. It's always like we are missing this, missing that. Okay, because our contract didn't specify.
We didn't state that. The city didn't put that in the contract.
So I don't know. Okay, your mother may have how to deliver because this is a contract. Because we always do something, and okay, I got it. Let me finish. Okay, okay, we have to give the attorney to review and set up the contract. Okay, and this contract is supposed to protect us. But the problem is when the problem happened, and we review the contract, and we got the problem. That we forgot that, we forgot this. Just like we have a Nogales, okay, on the street. That is south of Ama before you go to the Nogales High School, and that sidewalk always filthy with tree, this and the trash. And I have been complained by the resident all the time. And I talked to the public works. They end up, they never including in the contract, including the Azusa. Remember the Azusa?
Remember that?
Azusa median. It never included the contract.
Yeah,
remember that?
Yes.
So who put this contract together? Who reviewed this contract? And how can we have this huge Azusa? We just put beautiful plant, beautiful vegetation, and then we're not including in the bright view for them to do a basic maintenance and a lot of big street like a camera. Even camera is not including. So I have not understand in that way what's included in this contract.
Go ahead.
We take direction from staff and we put it in our contract. We handle the indemnification and the insurance, and we approve as to form.
Mm-hmm.
Scope, we leave it up to staff.
City manager, you want to say something?
That's exactly right. It really comes down to we work in tandem with the city attorney's office, so we develop the scope. From time to time, there's a little bit of back and forth just to make sure that the scope is going to be in line with what's going to be in the best interest of the city. But yeah, it really comes down to scope. What's coming up now, and I've noticed this trend amongst the councils, we're asking for going back out for RFP. I think it's a responsible decision, a responsible choice, because that forces the city's hand to really go back to our scope and to redevelop it rather than just relying on scopes that have been in place for years.
Question will be there, how we avoid all this mistake, fatal mistake for the future, because this mistake happen way too often. Okay, and just talking about the contract, who in charge of this contract? For example, to sign with Brightview, to sign with Merchant, okay, and who review that contract to make sure it doesn't have any flop. So in that way, we when we go to the city attorney and they checking all the legality, this and that, and they signed by the city manager. So in that way, but now we find out this not including, Azusa not including, Cameron's not including, Mongala's not including. It's all the major street. So we got a problem is that no wonder people driving the major street and our have a jungle on our sidewalk. Yes, Assistant City Manager, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't notice, Letty, if you want to, and then I can jump in however you want to handle that.
Sure, because you discussed scope, and this is not just our city, because I've seen it with other cities as well. Whoever's doing the scope, they have the staff doing it, but sometimes the staff is not an expert in that, and that's what I've seen, including at work, is they put this out, and then while they're doing it, those who are on the field were like, you didn't put that in, you didn't put that in. So my issue is whoever's doing the scope, there should be a second look of somebody at that expert field to have the second eyes of that scope to add on. And so this contract issue, I have two parts of the contract, just the contract itself, and then like the enforcement and the enforcement of the contract and the review to make sure things are done correctly.
A little bit about. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mylin. I'm so sorry.
No problem. When I came aboard, this was obviously brought to my attention, and the issue of contracts, whether they are approved by the council, the city attorney's office, or administratively under the signature authority of the city manager. Part of the main concern was, yes, the scope of work is very important, and also identifying who the contract manager is and who's accountable to that contract. What I found was where the city may have, example, say 25 contracts with different companies, the person on the contract and on our sheets identified as the project manager and the person responsible maybe 3 or 4 employees ago and no longer here. So it has to be reassigned to somebody else, and that has not been done. So moving forward, again, I brought up earlier about the point of hiring people I believe are the best for the director positions, executive management, is take charge of that process, make sure we do have the subject matter experts assigned to each of those contracts, the scope of work, making sure that the person that is assigned for that contract is held accountable. And then I'm also looking and moving forward on hiring a person with that specific skill set to oversee all the departments for accountability to those contracts. That they're fulfilled and we're following the scope of services and that they're reviewed regularly.
Yeah.
Okay. Brian.
And then, and mine is really getting the job done. And I also wanted to bring up the discussion I had with Tom earlier today. And maybe Tom could elaborate so you could get some of that heat off you. Is that I think Brittany, who's your contract lawyer, was doing a lot of this, kind of having to fill in all the gaps on the staff report. And I think that's why Mylan's working really hard to find these directors because your offices were, Brittany, my understanding was that she was doing a lot of the actual staff wording for the staff. Can you elaborate on that so the whole council knows about that?
I think I've told council, I don't want to elaborate too much in a public forum, but yeah, we're going above and beyond at our office. And we're a team player, and we've been understaffed, and we've had a lot of turnover at the city. So we've certainly stepped up and helped out where we could help out, and we'll continue to do that until Mylan builds his team up and gets a contract manager, and until they get directors where we can just review, take a half hour instead of.
And then going back what Councilwoman Letty Lopez Real mentioned is that maybe going forward, Brittany could, since she's your contract lawyer, maybe she could write them in a way that should take some of that liability off the city and put it on the contractor. I think that's important.
She does a great job with indemnification. Yeah. Also, we have, to streamline things, we have a PSA, professional services agreement, where it's a standard form and we plug in, but we still look at it, to make sure they're using the correct form. And we also have a couple other standard forms where you just plug in information and it streamlines it and it's already there. And the indemnification language is extremely important, which is there, and then make sure.
Yeah, like I think we ran into some of those issues earlier today, but obviously not to go into the subject, but so I think it's important that we can write those agreements more stricter, more in a way that takes that liability off the city. So.
Okay, I think the issue are kind of lost about your mother may I. Okay, so I, with all this long discussion, I don't even know what's your may. Okay, you want to make sure your stricter, contract will be protected, but this is very vague. So what you really want to say is what is you want to achieve.
Well, the biggest issue that I see is not so much the technicality, is more the scope of work. And I don't know how that can be fully addressed properly, because when we do a contract, I'm not even sure if, the city even takes into consideration how other cities.
I understand. But what Mother May I you want about the contract?
Well, I want the accountability. I want the system, but I want somebody, I want to make sure that if I know Mylan said the contract manager, but what that entails. So I'd like for the city to bring forward to us of what system that you will have in place for contracts that addresses all the concerns that we have.
City manager, you got it?
Maybe with the new directors.
You got it?
I understand the direction.
You got it, right? So yes, basically is you need to enforce your city attorney. Make sure they
sounds in the hot seat.
Make sure they perform. Make sure they get paid for what they deserve to give us a contract without loophole.
Not a cookie cutter.
The problem, we have a lot of loophole right now. Okay, and when we sit in the closed section, we just pulling our hair. So hopefully we don't have to pull our hair again because the contract is not too much of protection. So anyway, it's like what you guys want, right?
Yeah, and the second component is just to make sure, and not only just the enforcement, but that the job is being done. So I don't know who would be the person delegating that to make sure that is included in that.
Yeah,
So I'll second.
Yeah, it's already done. Everybody, nobody against it. Nobody against it.
Okay.
I think it's just the city manager looking to make sure the contract that our city attorney can perform with that contract will be, and plus, at the beginning before you send it to them, all the row, all this and all the tree, this and that, because that's not they understand. So city should have our professional with each issue, like that can be addressed and with another layer of the supervision so we don't make the same mistake, fatal mistake.
Understood. And currently we do have a process in-house where we're routing all contracts, all RFPs to the various departments. But internally we can get better, especially as we hire some new directors and put safeguards in place to assure accountability for whatever we enter into.
Basically, it's your director.
Absolutely.
I had another question. Can these contracts be put out where the residents are able to view, and if they have under their discretion, we get the extra eyes out there so that they can see, and then because they can also tell us like, hey, my street's not included on that one, or you guys forgot about that. Is that a possibility to kind of put it out there so that they can? That also helps with the scope of work.
I don't know the confidentiality, city attorney. Can we do that?
All our contracts are public documents. I believe they're all. Go ahead, Lisa.
All of our contracts are public documents. Any resident at any time can request them. There is a routing process for the contracts. There's a routing sheet where the contract administrator is identified. If the city attorney has reviewed the contract.
Understand. Understand. But before they sign the contract.
Correct.
Before
the RFP
before
process.
the city attorney, city manager, or mayor sign, before that, so
yes,
people can change.
No.
Yeah.
No.
No.
Talking about the residents, correct? Is that what you're talking about?
What they say is extra eye if we post on the website.
We don't post draft contracts on the website for the residents to view.
But you gave me a good idea. I have a council request.
Oh my God! We go to midnight. We go midnight already.
They gave me a good idea.
Yeah, go ahead.
As well.
Okay.
In other cities, I have seen in other cities that they actually create a platform on the website where residents can go onto a tab and they access all the city's contracts.
So I am a staff of two.
No, I don't want you to.
But the contracts
to look
end with.
into it.
Hey,
contracts.
that is they sign already. When they sign, it's too late.
Okay. Well,
we have to. I think Mayor Pro Tem idea is before he sign, and people look into to do the correction. But if we sign, it's already signed, and then it's already become a binding contract.
Or prior to a contract being signed, it's brought to the council so that it can be discussed, so that the residents could also have an input and catch something that we might not have catch before the final signature.
I don't remember for 10 years they ever bring the contract for us to review.
Well, that's why our contract is a mess. And so
it's extra burden. They should do their job. But the point is the city staff, they are full-time staff, they should do their job.
But
it's not our job
there are certain
to review the
staff
contract.
that would miss it because of their, expertise and forte.
Okay, got it. I think it's just a city manager to look into to make sure our contract is complete and without loophole and this and that, and make sure the city attorney company will do their job. Objection. Okay, Your Honor, objection. Okay, and nobody against that. Then do we have any comment? No. Okay.
I'll second that.
Media Jim. Thank you so much, everybody.